5:02 p.m. It is Tuesday, September 21st, and I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell.
Here.
Coach.
Here.
Ellison.
Present.
Flores Kale.
Here.
Rizzo.
Present.
Bradshaw.
Present.
Tobias.
Here.
All right, 7 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. First up, Krista McGarity.
My name is Christy McGarity. I live here in Kyle, and I noticed on the agenda that City Council is discussing the global opioid settlement funds. So I'm here to introduce myself and offer to be a resource on ways to spend those funds. I've been working with the National Council on Independent Living, which is the nation's longest-running disability rights group. Pain and addiction can be disabilities, so we represent both. I also volunteer with the National Pain Advocacy Center, which is a new nonprofit that takes no industry funding. And I was the public representative on the Texas Medical Board's opioid work group in 2020. So you'll notice in the state abatement plan, you'll see a recommendation that says to align prescribing of opioid pain medication with CDC guidelines. So what I can say is that has already happened and then some. Texas has definitely seen its share of prescription fraud along with illicit counterfeit drugs. These days, medical prescribing is back down to 2001 levels. It's plummeted so far, so fast, that CDC is now revising their guideline, acknowledging there's been serious harm done to people with painful and incurable medical conditions. These are medically necessary medications, not just for cancer. So I've been advocating for patients who were working, caring for their families, and then with all these new well-intended policies intended to punish pharma companies, people are left incapacitated without the one medication that ever helped. Addiction is treatable, and many people with addiction can recover. What local government needs is funds to equip and train first responders. A good example is all over the country, we keep seeing this myth that first responders can overdose on illicit fentanyl just by touching it. And that myth is keeping drug users from getting help they need. Kyle needs access to addiction treatment, including medication treatment for those who choose it. And in public messaging, there's a lot that local government can do to help Texans affected by addiction without stigmatizing Texans with pain. So I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm here to help in any way I can. My contact info is on the comment form, and I'd be happy to talk anytime. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you.
That's the only one I have. Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak?
I'm sorry, is this the?
Well, this is before our executive. Our normal meeting starts at 7. So if you want to speak now, you can, but typically most commentators wait until 7.
Okay, so citizens' comments are typically done at 7?
Yes.
Okay, for some reason I thought it was 5.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, you can if you want. If you don't want to wait, if you want to come up and if you got something you'd like to say.
I guess it doesn't matter. How much of the council is here?
We're all here.
Well, okay, my council members are. My name is David Sheedy. I live at 401 Fairfield Drive across the street. My wife and I moved here from Austin. We bought a house in '99. We've been here, moved out, brought the family out, raised our kids out. I just retired from the Austin Fire Department, 32 and a half years. While I was here, I volunteered at the Kyle Fire Department for 7 years until they went to a professional fire department. In 2016, we purchased a lot at 400 Burleson. Our intention was to retire there. I recently retired, and we began planning for that. We secured a builder, picked out a floor plan that was consistent with the area, a nice little ranch-style house, small, not overstated. Everything was a go. We were scheduled to close on the house and break dirt in April, and literally the week we were supposed to close, we got a call from City Planner Atkinson advising us there was a problem with the platting. Immediately began to scramble. Been working with the city, been working with Will nonstop, just trying to get something accomplished. And basically we little circles. And at one point, City Planner Atkinson pointed out that there is in section 4110 of the city ordinances, there is an exemption from platting clause, and it seems designed almost perfectly for someone in my situation. I have that, I'm not gonna read it to you, it just says it can be granted when it will create an undue hardship. Financial hardship is one of the things listed. The next sub-bullet talks about the things that would not make it applicable to exemption, and my case does not fall under any of those. Real quick timeline, on the 21st, that's when Will advised me, hey, we have this clause, you can apply for exemption from platting. He gave me all the information, told me I needed to fill out a form and a deed. I sent that to him. We were planned to go in on the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on the 8th, the 8th of June.
And we do have council listening, so if you could just on the microphone, because otherwise they won't be able to hear. You can hand them out. I'm just saying whenever you keep speaking, I just want to make sure they can hear you.
Yeah.
I'll pass them down.
Thank you.
So on the 8th, we were planned to have a meeting, and they were going to vote on the issue. We were advised that they were unable to contact one of the landowners. There were 3 people involved. There's a plot of land that has 3 lots attached, and there's a platting issue. And the problem is all 3 lots are kind of combined. So we were trying to separate them, legally separate them. The lot that we bought is on the corner over here. They were not able to get a hold of one of the landowners, and it required all 3 landowners to participate. So we had to cancel it. I received an email from the city saying, David, as you likely know, we had to delay the request to not plat at the last minute. One of the landowners did not give consent. And my wife has signed up, so if I run out of time, I'm going to use her time as well. Again, throughout the process, I'm not going to get into much detail. I have a lot of not much time, but 2 of the landowners have been cooperating. 1 has refused to cooperate. I sent an email out where she expressly declines, not only refuses to cooperate, but it has expressly denied to be involved in this. She is the one property that has a house on it. The 2 adjacent lots are vacant at this time. They both had homes on it. My lot was bought and sold in its current configuration 3 times prior to my buying it. We were never made aware of any platting issues until we went to close. And this is 6 years. We've come in several times to talk about platting, building down the road, and it was never brought to our attention that that was going to be an issue until we went to close. And since then, it's just been a nightmare. So I submitted, and one of the handouts I gave you is my letter to the city requesting that my lot be exempt from platting. On the 21st of May, I received an email from the city saying that we do not need to have the other 2 property owners' permission, and you have this. It states that I can go ahead and get it platted at my expense. It's not cheap, but at my expense, I can get it platted. And that would be good if I were to retract my letter requesting the platting exemption. I did so. I retracted my letter. I sent a letter in there. You have a copy of that. I subsequently received a letter from the city stating that they'd reversed their position. This is after I retracted my letter. They were not going to allow me to have my lot platted. All 3 lots would have to be platted together, and the conditions that they gave, it was a 6-step process, and all 3 landowners were going to have to participate in it. And again, that is not something that that I can do, because the one landowner refuses to participate. In fact, explicitly on 6/18, I got a letter from email. Mr. Sheedy, the landowner has specifically given permission for a property, has specifically not given permission, and that was one of several emails that she said. So I'm here because I know the city has done a lot of investment in the infrastructure. The downtown looks great compared to when I moved here. We have a beautiful new city hall. I love the new fire station. It's leaps and bounds ahead of anything that the city of Austin has. And again, I'm partial to that. I worked there for 32 years. We got the library and the swimming pool and all the infrastructure that's going around and investment in downtown. And then we have 1 block off the city off the fire station. We have multiple vacant lots. I own one of those and I want to put a house on it and I want to make it nice. And the city's denying me indirectly by putting, they've emboldened one citizen with the ultimate right to determine whether I can build. There's nothing at this point I can do. Every option the city's given me has required that I get coordination with all three. And the one person says, I don't want to do it. I don't blame them. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of paperwork. They currently own a nice big lot. They don't have neighbors on either side of them. Who wouldn't like that? They got basically a 3/4 lot to themselves. But it's not right because my wife and I can't build on our property that we bought, owned, and we did it the right way. We hired realtors, we hired a title company, and nothing was brought up until I went to close. So I know this is not the forum that can solve that, but I've gone through the other channels and I just need to make as many people aware of it as possible. I'm willing to do whatever I can do, but what I can't do is coerce or force somebody to participate if they're not willing to participate. And that's leaving me hamstrung. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheedy. Appreciate it. All right, seeing that there's no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close citizen comments. It is now closed. Next up, executive session.
Pursuant to Chapter 551 Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation, or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071, Alexander Mediation, West FM 150 CCN, homestead exemptions and other tax rate freezes and exemptions, Heroes Memorial Park Construction Project, Nance Bradshaw Development Agreement, City Lights and Kyle Marketplace Subdivision Development MOU, opioid settlements negotiated by the Texas Attorney General, Uber Kyle 314, employee insurance plan contracts, possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to Section 551.072, transportation master plan property acquisition. Convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551.087 Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more business prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project SUFC, Project Big Red, Project Deep Golden, Project Just Peachy.
There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. I'm going to let the feed switch over, and then we'll start our regular meeting. Everyone, the time is 7:10 p.m. It is Tuesday, September 21st. I'm going to call this regularly scheduled City Council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Coach,
Here.
Ellison,
Present.
Flores Kale,
Here.
Rizzo,
Present.
Bradshaw,
Present.
Tobias.
Present.
All right, 7 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and approve the minutes for City Council special meeting on September 7th and the regular scheduled meeting, same date.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve the meeting minutes for September 7th. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a public comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have one registered to speak, Ms. Kay Rush.
Wanted to discuss the road construction on Windy Hill. There's been a warning sign on the road that it could be closed on specific dates. The road construction and improvement is always affected by weather, and it sometimes changes, and timelines change on any project. Last Wednesday, as I came home at 3:30 to 4 o'clock, I checked the traffic to see if there were signs across the bridge stating that the road was closed. There was no signage. As I watched the traffic, I decided to cross over the bridge and come up Windy Hill. Traffic was coming back up towards 35 in a normal fashion. Everything looked fine until I made the turn. As soon as I made the turn, I came upon a huge traffic mess. We had cars backed up, we had school buses in it, we had large trucks in it, and we were turning around on a one-lane dirt road. I called as I waited in this mess to Kyle PD and asked for traffic assistance. I talked to the dispatcher and explained the situation and where I was, and that there was a lack of signage, and if a large truck which traverses Windy Hill on a regular basis came down there, there was no way they could make the turnaround. She took my information, and I was called back by a traffic officer. When I explained the situation to him, he told me that he needed to contact the construction company in order to get any assistance there with traffic control. I thanked him. My question is, for the city management and the police department, are you working with these various road project managers to make sure that the signage is in place? Hayes ISD should be getting updates so that they can make adjustments with their school bus schedules. The citizens of Kyle, who are also the taxpayers for all these projects, deserve better signage and traffic direction as they continue to commute to work and deal with all the errands in daily life. This construction will continue for years as Kyle grows and develops. I ask city leadership to take up this task of making transportation flow a primary issue, since citizens must traverse these roads daily as construction continues. I think proper road closure signs and redirection of traffic should be a top priority, with the city departments making sure communication between departments affected and the affected parts of the city get correct information as they drive in these areas on a daily. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the only comments form. All right, Ms. Chapa.
Council members, thank you for hearing me. I'm Evangelina Chapa, and last meeting, I kind of got really upset when I heard that city staff was going to be moving into the safety center. I felt that, I think that back in 2018, there was discussions that the city council or the city staff was going to be moving offices down to uptown, and the people came to the meetings and heard, but we felt that if anybody deserved a building, a new building would be the police station, that they deserved it. And I think that the majority of the people kind of expected that. However, I went back through some information given by some of the members, and it has a paragraph, the last paragraph of where it describes of everything that's going to be in the safety center, and it has about the administration will be administering some of the through the offices in the center. And I felt that I felt that the people voted maybe because in the ballot, it's not written. That last paragraph is not written on the ballot. And to me, I feel that that's not being quite, unless they went to read the background, they would know that. So I think that it's sad that we can't let the police be there on their own. I know that it takes 20 years to probably fill up that building, but in 20 years, I know I won't be here, and I don't know, y'all won't be probably on board, but I'm just kind of sad that it went that way. But there are two concerns that I'm really concerned about. If staff is going into those buildings, is that money that's gonna furnishing the staff offices, is that coming from the $37 million? And also, I'm concerned about the safety of those staff members that are gonna be there. I know there was a situation a couple of years ago in Austin. There was an individual that was very upset with the police department, with a policeman, and he went around kind of shooting windows at businesses. I think it was around 6th Street and 7th Street where the man was shooting, but it was like at 2 o'clock in the morning, where if it would have been during the day, he could have harmed a lot of workers. So that's part of my concern, the cost and the safety of the staff. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
and I need to thank, there's several, Jennifer furnished some information that Mr. Tobias got for me. Mr. Lisa listened to me. Ms. Kell listened to me. Mr. Ellison didn't know who called him, but I was the one that that texted him. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak on any item? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close citizen comments period. It is now closed. Next up, city manager's report.
Mayor, Council, City Manager Scott Sellers for the record. First item on the City Manager's report is the Public Safety Center groundbreaking, and we have a little video we'd like to present. While that gets queued up, just, we held this last Friday. Great turnout and great speeches. So,
what an exciting day for the city of Kyle and the men and women of the Kyle Police Department. We've been looking forward to this day for a long time because this day symbolizes the trust and the faith that you have in the men and women at the Kyle Police Department to serve you and serve our great community. We are very fortunate to have the great leaders that saw fit to move forward with a public safety center that will serve this community for 20 years and beyond. It will allow us to interact with the citizens. It will allow us to improve our services. It will allow us to serve you better. We want to thank you to the mayor and council for all that you've done during these very difficult times, and as importantly, to the citizens. You are the ones that went to the voting boxes and you showed your support on voting day. You showed the men and women that serve you that you care about them and you care about the facilities in which they operate. Because today is the day that they actually see that it's happening. They've heard a lot of talk. They've seen a lot of meetings. They've heard that we've discussed a new PD. Today is the day when they see that dirt moving and they see the equipment out here, that it's really happening.
It is an honor to stand here before you today on this momentous groundbreaking of our new public safety center. The Kyle Police Department began formal operations in April of 1981. In 1996, the Kyle Police Department was located to 108 South Burleson. In 2001, the Kyle Police Department was moved to a location at 103 South Front Street, which is now the Kyle VFW. In 2003, we kicked that can further down the road, and the police department was partially moved into the First National Bank at 111 North Front Street. Each was a temporary fix for an ever-growing police department. With a 64,000 square foot, 2-story facility with adequate parking, This new public safety center will have huge benefits. It will provide better accessibility for the general public, increase response times by being centrally located. I am proud to live and serve in a city where the public believes in public safety at the most high. Today's groundbreaking is a new beginning, turning the page and adding another chapter on our city's history books. We recognize the dedication, daily sacrifice of all the men and women of our Kyle Police Department, sworn and civilian staff, administrators, counselors, police dispatchers, and our COP program as well. It also recognizes the brave men and women who wear the uniform, who wear it with pride and integrity, who understand the gold standard of our city, but most of all, who took the oath to protect and to serve our community and its principles. This new facility will be a testament to that. It will be their new home. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no greater heroes than the ones you see here before you in the blue uniforms.
Kyle's Public Safety Center is the biggest and best building the city of Kyle will have ever built. At 64,000 square feet, it's almost 4 times the size of City Hall. Why so big? Well, Kyle is growing up fast. Faster than we care to admit or want to admit sometimes. Our once 5,000 residents are now an almost bustling 60,000, seemingly overnight. In this moment, Kyle, Texas is choosing to lead. Kyle's Public Safety Center is raised expectations. Our community is driving our focus to achieve the best public safety practices, and they support our police department in a manner that we can all be proud of. For that, we aim to be the best. To achieve raised expectations, Kyle is looking straight into the future of our policing, starting with this public safety center. Kyle is leading by feverishly learning how to build the best police department in all of Central Texas.
I want to congratulate, the city as a whole for this opportunity. I want to congratulate our department for finally getting a permanent home. I want to congratulate the council members, both past and present, that have worked to get this and make this happen. It took a lot of action for a number of years. This was a 3-year process from when we sat down and said we wanted to get this done to getting to this point. And it is an amazing group that I'm proud to be in this city with men and women that serve in our law enforcement like the ones that do. And so I just want to get a quick round of applause for our law enforcement officers that serve and protect every day.
Great job, Grant. Very well done. And then, it took a pretty large team to pull that wonderful event off. And so I just want to express gratitude to several city departments that worked really hard on this. Obviously, our communications department, the Kyle Police Department, and Citizens on Patrol, volunteers, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, Environmental Services and Trades, Economic Development, and Human Resources. So kudos to everyone that worked so hard on this. Captain Hernandez.
Mayor, members of council, good evening. I'd like to provide you a brief update on National Night Out. We are scheduled still for Tuesday, October 5th. Currently, we only have 6 parties registered with our department. Typically, on regular years, we have anywhere from 18 to mid-20s. So we are seeing a lower number. Several agencies in Hays County, though, have canceled their National Night Out. We're still scheduled to go. Hays County, Buda, and San Marcos all have decided to cancel here within this, just in the last few days, I believe, is when they made their decision. But right now, I think we have 2 of them scheduled on the west side of town and then 4 on the east side. And then this year, we, especially because of the construction downtown, we were not going to have a downtown block party like we have in previous years. So, any questions? No? Good. All right. Well, I want to take this opportunity again to thank everybody for making that building happen, and everybody that worked on that groundbreaking event. So I'm super excited about that and can't wait to see that building go up. So thanks again.
Just real quick, could we get a list of the locations that they're going to participate?
I don't have the locations, the exact, no, sir. I just know that 2 are on the west side. Officer Plant, I think, has them, but he just provided me a general overview. And I know 2 on the west side and 4 on the east side, but we can get those for you.
Have you get with them, and then just reminding everyone that, the events that we hold, there's still social distancing, so things that we can do to keep safe and still hold events is key. So let's just keep everyone safe. That's just for the public. Thank you, Captain Ordinance.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any questions for Captain Hernandez, but I do realize that this National Night Out falls on a Tuesday, which is a council meeting, and I would like to not have a 5 o'clock meeting. It would be nice to do 7 because I've been invited to several National Nights Out gatherings, and I would not be able to do that if we have a 5 o'clock meeting.
We typically move it, don't we? We typically move it to Monday night. I think that's historically what we've done. My question for you, Captain, was the train depot considered at all as a replacement for Mary Hartson Kyle, or was there some logistics or something that kind of ruled that out, perhaps? Because I know the downtown one's always been, an exciting one and kind of draws a lot of attention, but I don't know if that was considered at all.
No, we did not consider an alternate location for that one.
Okay.
Is it too late to do that?
No. I mean, we can try to figure it out. We can try to make it happen.
And it's right across from the PD, and there's a decent yard. They have some amenities out there.
Okay,
Let us know if we can help.
Is that what I'm hearing? Then
I would love that.
Okay.
Scott, is there any way we could close the street down for that evening? This is for Scott Sellers.
Yeah, if that's what the council would like to do, absolutely we can.
And
Thank you, sir.
yeah, I don't know that it'd be necessary to shut the street down. I mean, if there's plenty of area in that green space there, or in that.
Yeah, back there in that yard area behind it. I know we typically have a few booths. We don't typically take up all of Mary Hartson Kyle when we do that in the past, but just an option, because I know this is huge in this community. Typically, you're right, typically there are parties all over the place. I've done ride-alongs with you all in the past, trying to make as many parties as possible. Obviously, we know everything that's going on, but I don't know, I was just thinking that could be an alternative to what we typically do there.
We'll start looking into that in the morning, see if we can make that happen. And then also, that invitation exists, still out to y'all. If y'all want to ride with an officer that evening, then we can schedule that.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
And
So-
just reach out, if y'all would reach out to Officer Plant and send him an email requesting that you be paired up with an officer.
All right, thank you. So does that mean that we are going to schedule it on a Monday? I just want to make sure.
Mayor, correct me, that's typically what we've done in the past, right? Haven't we moved the meeting to a different night? Because I feel like,
I can't remember. frankly.
yeah, because I feel like.
I know we've done that around election, because the elections are
Yeah.
on Tuesdays, but I didn't know we'd done that for National Night Out.
I mean, we could, right?
Yeah.
It's within our ability to do so.
I remember getting the meeting started later, but I'm in favor of moving to a Monday. I'll move my schedule around if I have to. So, yeah, definitely.
All right, thank you.
Okay, well, just for clarification, I think we used to change that meeting, and if I recall, the last couple of times, we've still tried to do council meeting on the same night, which has somewhat been a disruption to the block parties. So if council would like to move the meeting to that Monday, that's something that we have precedence doing in the past.
I'm okay with either one. I just want to make sure that if I say I can come to these national night outs, that I'm going to be able to go.
So I'd be in favor of moving it to that Monday. Are you looking for direction? Or,
No, that's not what, we
Oh.
can't do that during the city manager's report, but we'll take a look
Okay.
at it and
All right.
and send out some info, send out a questionnaire to
Sounds
council.
good.
And
Thank you, Scott.
we'll look at it.
Great, you bet. Councilmember Ellison, would you like to take this
Sure.
slide?
Sure. This will be the fourth dialogue for peace and progress that we're doing. This one is themed the Hispanic Heritage Month. Really excited about this. We have a fantastic panel that will be talking about a number of different topics relating to Hispanic Heritage Month. And if you haven't seen any of the past dialogues for peace and progress, they are very moving. The panelists really carry the discussion, and there's a lot of conversations that are had from the ideas from people that we typically don't get to hear from in our communities, and talk about topics of conversation that we typically don't talk about at a broad way publicly, but in a respectful way and a way for peace and progress, as a title to the name. So this is a hybrid event, as it says. It'll be here at City Hall that night from 7 to 8:30, or you can watch online at that same time through all of our channels, Channel 10 or Facebook. You can comment online. Really cool event to watch live because there are audience participation pieces along with the discussion. So if you can watch it live, that would be preferable. But as anything that's ever done in this chamber, it's always available to watch online or at our Kyle YouTube channel after the fact.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. And then continuing that theme, I'd like to invite our Library Director, Paul Phelan.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Council. For the record, I'm Paul Phelan, Director of Library Services. And just a couple of items. So for National Hispanic Heritage Month, we do currently have an exhibit up called Vaquero, Genesis of the Texas Cowboy. It is a bilingual exhibit that kind of looks at a singular family, but looking at kind of the traditions of the vaqueros in Texas and the genesis of the Texas Cowboy. And that exhibit is actually made possible by a We the People grant from the National Endowment of the Humanities. So we're very fortunate to have that one, and we got it through the Humanities Texas. And that will be, we're running that from September 16th, of course, to October 13th. Now, on October 13th through November 6th, we have an additional exhibit that we're going to get from the National Endowment for the Humanities called Voces Americanas, Latino Literature in the United States. And that's going to be a very interesting one. And in fact, you can see the one of the pictures up there, Barbacoa para Cumpleaños. And there's just going to be all kinds of cool things like that. And it presents images of authors, books, movie stills, public presentations, illustrations, and all kinds of things. So it's literature, but it's also a little bit more on the visual side of the arts. So that will be from October 13th through November 6th. So it's running after a little bit, but we have to schedule these with all the other places that are trying to get in. We were very lucky to get both of these during this time. And in addition, we do have a book display up, obviously, celebrating our Hispanic literature and authors. And one of the additional things we're doing is one of the persons on the Dialogue for Peace and Progress, thank you. We are in the process of scheduling a book talk with her, which will be filmed, and that will come out. We'll let you know in the next 3 to 5 days, and we'll put out a press release. So we'll have that on her book about
Marcy
voting.
Garcia?
Yes, and voting rights in South Texas, and it was an excellent book that she put together. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Mariana, if you'd like to come and talk
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
about the
Mariana Espinoza, Parks and Recreation Director. Just 2 reminders about our upcoming parades. We have the Founders Day and the Veterans Day Parade. Founders Day Parade is on October 9th, beginning at 10 a.m. And we currently only have 3 spots left in the parade. And our Veterans Day Parade is on Saturday, November 13th at noon, with activities following afterwards at Greg Clark Park, including a flyover and fireworks. Any questions?
Just excited about the addition of the Veterans Day Parade this year. I know all of council is very excited about that, and the public has been really excited about that addition as well. Thank you for all the, I know it's a lot of people involved with that, but thank you, Mariana.
And Sandra Duran for our Team Kyle News.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm excited to announce that last Thursday, we recognized 2 of our best Kyle team members. September 1st was Chief of Staff Jerry Hendrix, 15th anniversary, and also September 24th, Assistant City Manager James Earp. Both gentlemen served this city for 15 years, and congratulations to both for your great service and dedication. Thank you.
Great. And we did have a great recognition for both of these 2 upstanding gentlemen and employees of the city of Kyle. They're great Team Kyle members. And I was able to announce that Jerry Hendrix was also promoted to the position of Assistant City Manager, thanks to the council and the budget this year. So we've got 2 wonderful assistants leading the city, and looking forward to more years to come with their leadership and guidance.
15 more.
Thank y'all for the last 15 years of service to the city. Thank you very much.
They are literally 2 of the nicest people I've ever met. Very good people, and Kyle is very blessed to have them. And so we're over here chatting 15 more, and we're not kidding. And I say we, it's me and Dex at least. So congratulations on 15 years. And I'll swing by and maybe have a surprise at the end of the week, if you're still here.
Yeah, I'll just second all of that. Enjoy working with both of you guys. I've worked with you all for a long time, even before I was on council, and the dedication and work ethic from you both is unmatched. And certainly it is a blessing to have you both in our city. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have the November council meeting. The mayor did mention this a little earlier, but typically when the election night falls on a city council night, we do reschedule that meeting to the Monday prior. So that is something that we are planning on doing. So please mark your calendars for Monday, November 1st for our regular scheduled council meeting. And that frees up our Falcone Room and council chambers for the election on November 2nd. And that's the end of my report. Thank you, council.
All right, thank you, Scott. Next up, National Hispanic Heritage Month Proclamation. Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Mayor. So it is my honor today to present the City Council Proclamation, and I appreciate the council's support on this. We have, over the past several years, this council has taken a strong effort to have these proclamations to recognize various different things, and I'm certainly honored to be a part of that and having written this one as well. Kyle City Council Proclamation. Whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, the City of Kyle recognizes that Hispanic heritage is American heritage, and we see that influence in almost every aspect of our lives. And whereas each year, Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Mexico, Spain, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson, and then was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 through the legislative encouragement of Councilmember Esteban Torres of California to cover the period at which it is celebrated today, September 15th through October 15th. And whereas the day of September 15th is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their independence days on September 16th and 18th, respectively. And whereas, in the words of famed Mexican designer Marisol Peralta, your individuality is important, but so is belonging. Recognize the parts of your culture that have shaped your past and the parts you want to carry with you into the future. And whereas, as activist Dolores Huerta encouraged involvement, quote, we are needed. We have to be engaged and get ourselves elected to school boards and city councils. Si se puede. And truly, we have seen this locally many times over at the county, school boards, city councils, business community, and influential activists all throughout our great community. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Kyle that on this day, we recognize September 15, 2021 through October 15, 2021 as Hispanic Heritage Month, in recognition of the indelible footprints of Hispanic culture in our daily lives. And really exciting opportunity, as Paul mentioned, we have some great exhibits at our library. I'm excited to have the Dialogue for Peace and Progress in the name of Hispanic Heritage Month on the 1st as well. It's an opportunity to learn and grow. I certainly have been learning as I research for this proclamation and getting prepared for that, and that certainly is what it's about. And so I appreciate the council's continuous support on this as well. Thank you.
I just want to thank Councilmember Ellison for bringing this forward. I know he's really excited with the Peace and Progress around the corner, so thank you for bringing this forward, for doing your research and your homework. It's awesome. Just touch real quick, the contributions that the Hispanics have made in Texas and in the nation starts off with just the simple task of the vaquero. When he started in South Texas in Mexico, and it's roping, riding, and herding cows and training horses. We never knew it would blow up into what it is today. When you go to places as far as north as Wyoming and you see the cowboy state, and the birth of it was down in South Texas, it's incredible the legacy we've left behind as a people. I continue to encourage those people, our kids, our children, those next generations to continue to reach for the stars. Don't give up. Don't have limits. Don't limit yourself to anything. Continue to reach for the stars. You have great abilities and you have great influence. So I want to thank everyone, for the council, for this proclamation, and to all those elected leaders, Hispanic electric leaders. Remember, they're watching. The legacy you leave behind is what they're going to follow. So thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Dex. He never fails to amaze me, and I was giving Councilmember Rizzo a hard time because I was like, man, that should have been us. Like, really, we're Hispanic. We should have been doing that. So it is going to be my goal for next year to write my own proclamation for the same day. And not just because it's my birthday, but also because it is my heritage. And so it's important never to forget that. So thank you to Dex, and thank you for the Peace and Progress. It really is it's a great situation to sit and watch. I remember watching one with our Mayor Travis Mitchell and just learning about his background and seeing him more in a humane way. And it's just a good way to see more people than just what you have on the outside or just what people say about you. So I hope you guys watch that.
Any other thoughts? All right. Is there anyone here you want to bring up or do a photo or anything like that?
Anyone in the audience? We typically, with our proclamations, take pictures. I haven't been here in a while, so why not? So if anybody would like to come up to council here, and we can take a quick picture to put that with the proclamation that we have as well. Certainly, if you're a resident of Kyle, I know there's a lot of folks here with the business development community, but if you're a resident of Kyle, I'm going to encourage you to certainly come up and take a picture with us in support of the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. Thank you.
There's some residents out there. Come on, Captain Hernandez.
Ms. Chapa, would you like to do the honors and guess that's put down now. Oh, can we get a hug?
No, I'm gonna take a picture. Oh my gosh.
Ms. Chapa, would you do the honors?
Thank you so much. All right, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One more for good measure. Thank you. One more with you.
Get in there.
Samantha, right here.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, next up, agenda item number 5, consider nomination and take action to reappoint to the Planning and Zoning Commission to fill expired terms. We have 3 nominees who are up for reappointment. I think 2 of them are filling partial terms, and one of them is filling a complete term. I could be wrong on that, but either way, they're all up for reappointment under the nomination of the recommendation of the chair at the time. And then because the chair is no longer serving, I'm carrying it forward to the council for consideration. So any questions or comments before we start? Councilor Flores Kale.
Thank you. I actually spoke with Miss Michelle Christie, and she had nothing but good things to say about each of the 3 people we want to reappoint. And 2 things that I asked her about were attendance and participation, because I believe in any group that we should have at a minimum attendance, but also to have participation. And she assured me that each of these reappointments were very active, and they showed up and they were vocal. So with that said, I have no problem reappointing any of these 3.
Okay. Councilor Tobias.
Yes, last night I had the privilege of contacting Patricia Snido, and it was going to be just a quick conversation, ended up being almost a full hour, and we had a great conversation about the city and her desire to serve, and just hearing her background really excited me to see a lot of her experience with economic development and in her view of their city, how much she really loves this town. I call it a town, but it's actually a city. So again, that's one of the big things that I like to see, is somebody who's really wants to see where our city is going in the future, okay? And really taking the time to see when we have zoning requirements that are coming up, that the P&Z takes the time to really see the direction where our city's gonna go. And I hope in the future, we do work with them a little bit more to be able to get a guideline to see where we're all coming together as a team on this. So again, I have no problem, again, supporting all 3 of these as well. Thank you.
Okay. Any, Councilor Ellison.
He had his hand up first.
Mayor Pro Tem, Coach.
Yes, I just wanted to remind council that I will be voting on 2 of the 3 nominations, but recusing myself for Mr. Guerra's nomination.
Councilor Ellison.
Do we have Ms. Snydell and is it Chase? Matthew Chase. Do we have them present here this evening?
No, I don't see them.
All right. Yeah, well, just not to be a stickler, but the policy does say that they should be here on their appointment. So I guess I concur with everything that's been said. I also talked to former chair of P&Z, Michelle Christie, and I second that. She had glowing things to say about all 3 of these individuals. I've watched these individuals as well. The benefit of P&Z is they have their meetings in here, so we don't have to necessarily attend them to watch you all, but we're always watching, and I appreciate the effort and time that is put into it. Certainly, Mr. Chase and Mrs. Snydell are relatively new, but they have jumped in and been great active teammates of the planning and zoning. But Mr. Guerra, since you're here today, I want to elaborate a little bit more on you. You have been a fantastic P&Z commissioner. I have been so proud of the effort you've put into it. You can tell that you do your homework. You can tell you take time outside the meetings to understand what you're coming to do on those second and fourth Tuesdays. And I appreciate that work ethic. I myself and Mayor Pro Tem also served on P&Z. We know what that service is like. We have Mr. Rubsum here in the audience this evening, who was my chair when I was on P&Z and showed me the way as well, and learned a lot from him. And it's just so enriching to see individuals that are giving up their time as volunteers to be a part of this, but not just to be a part of it and say they're an appointed official or anything like that, but truly take it seriously what they're trying to do. And Mr. Guerra, you're one of the best I've seen, including the time that I've served. So it is certainly an honor to have you on our Planning and Zoning Commission. And so what I'm going to do, I still have questions for our nominees, but so there's no confusion. I would like to make a motion to reappoint all three of the, that's right. I'll make a motion to appoint Mrs. Snydow and Mr. Chase for reappointment to Planning and Zoning.
All right, it's moved by Councilmember Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there any further discussion?
I'll hold for the next one. I'll hold for the next one.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0.
All right, and then I guess, yeah, he's recused himself. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Alex Guerra, reappoint him to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Councilmember Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Ellison.
Yes. Mr. Guerra, if I could have you approach the podium. So I wanted to make the reappointment motion first because I think you obviously clearly deserve to be reappointed, and I'm so happy to have you reappointed. So this question is more just a learning opportunity from your perspective. You are now in this would be your second or would be your third term?
It'll be my second. It was February 2020 when I joined.
Okay, so you're about a year and a half or so in.
It was a little bit of a shorter first term, but
that's
almost
right.
Almost
that's right. Well, you certainly have been very active and involved in that time that you've been on there, and you're clearly seen as a leader because you're the current vice chair, if I'm not mistaken, of Planning and Zoning. So kudos to you on that. I just want to try to get a better understanding from your perspective, having served on Planning and Zoning for a while now. We did recently have a resignation on our Planning and Zoning Commission. We had 2 others in the spring as well. From your perspective and having sat on the Planning and Zoning Commission and being heavily involved and obviously seen as a leader by your peers, what do you feel like is the disconnect that we're having so many resignations and seems to be some bit of frustration by P&Z, and what would you say would be some advice to council that you would give to help us foster a better relationship there?
Yes, sir. First, just thank you very much for the kind words. It was very inspiring. To answer your question, I think there were some mistakes made back several months ago, just between when we are asked to do a task, then what I personally would have liked to seen is for us to be able to do that task and then bring it back to you. At that point, I am perfectly fine, you saying no, you having your reasons for it. The commissioners did do a bit of work, and then we weren't even able to present that work forward. That was a frustration for some of our commissioners, but I think it was a learning experience in all parties involved.
And just to be clear, you're talking about the CBD designation we gave you all to help us determine the uses in CBD 1 and CBD 2.
Yes, okay. Yes. And so just, I can't speak for the commissioners that resigned, but for myself personally, the work that I did with several of the other commissioners, we would have at least liked to bring that forward to see, and then you all could take it from there, adopt it, not but as you have it, just but I really do think a lot of the miscommunication was from that one time, and I think both the council and the commission going forward should have less issues in the future.
Do you think a joint meeting of the two bodies, council and planning and zoning, would be beneficial to the commission?
I do. Myself, once Commissioner Schadmeyer's term is over, I myself will be the second most senior person on planning and zoning, and my first term was a bit short. So we are a young commission. And it would be very good to be able to get more direction and more insight from you all, especially as we'll have 2 new members soon and quite a few members that are just still in their first year.
And one other question for you, Mr. Guerra. So that communication and that combined meeting that we were talking about, do you think it's suited better to do that once people are appointed and the earlier in their term, the better? Or do you think that there's an opportunity to wait and allow the commission to get settled first? What would be your advice on the best way to really express from the council that you all are recommending body to of what our goals and obviously what we're trying to tackle and obviously the assistance we need from the planning and zoning? Do you feel that that's better done immediately after appointments and catching them sooner, or do you feel like it's better to wait?
All things equal, I would say sooner is better. But there's a lot of factors that come into this with your schedules and so on. And so just having a meeting in itself will be very beneficial. Yes, with these commissioners, we're going to want them to hit the ground running as best as they can. And the earlier we can do these things, I think the better.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. I really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback, and I really appreciate it. The reason why is when we discussed the downtown, that one instance, I kind of felt like we were just getting the information that we spent a deal of time that evening talking about what we were wanting the commission to look at, but there's no commissioners here. I felt like what we were getting to you now was third-party news. You were getting it from a liaison, and I'm really going to encourage y'all to really look at the meetings. I don't know if y'all watch them or not, but I encourage all the P&Z members to watch the meetings. So when something like this comes up, that you're getting direction from us directly. You're not getting it from a third party or staff. So that's one of the things I would encourage. But also, the communication is key. And anything we do in the city, communication is key. So always feel free to reach out to council, come out and talk to council as well. That podium's there for a reason. So please use it, come out and let's work together in moving forward. But thank you for wanting to serve the city for another term. Really appreciate it. I know you and I, when you first were appointed, had a pretty good conversation in your living room. So I appreciate you inviting me to your home and so I could get to know the person that we were going to appoint. So thank you for that. And thank you for the next 2 years.
Thank you.
Councilmember Flores-Kell.
Thank you. You also reached out to me before I knew you were on P&Z, and I like the fact that you were a concerned resident as well. So I appreciate all your efforts in putting forth for the city and making it better. On a different note, and for council, I want to make sure that we are aware that we are not having individual conversations with P&Z, but collectively as a dais. I think sometimes when we come to them as one, it makes it a little bit confusing or frustrating because we speak as one when we speak up here on the dais. But when we speak to them independently, I think that maybe our individual wants and needs might get passed as opposed to our collective needs and wants as a dais. So I am all for meeting. Let me make that clear. I would love nothing more to see P&Z up on the podium every chance they get. But what I don't want to see is individual people going up to individual commissioners and having conversations. So if we can avoid that, I think that would be that would also make the whole situation better. I'm not sure how you feel about it. I don't know what kind of direction you've been given, but I just know it's a lot less confusing when we speak right here from the dais than when we call you or we email you, and it's not as a whole. It's individually.
Yes, ma'am. Speaking back to the CBD1, CBD2 event that did happen, I would say for that specifically, just myself personally, I really did take the motion that was made and approved by the council as my directive. We did get a few members of your dais to tell us their individual perspective on that, but it was actually the motion and that was passed that I used. And then after that, we can bring back to you what we had, and then you can take your personal perspectives from there on.
And I want to apologize that you guys were not able to present that to us. And also, I was very new into my term. And so I was one of those that reached out, and I sent the video because I thought there was clarification needed. I was trying to give no direction because I was like, this is what we said. Please watch it. If you have any questions, come back to us. And then I realized that's probably, maybe that puts some pressure on them or confuses them, even though I didn't try to tell you what it is I was trying to say or what I thought it was. But so on behalf of that, I do apologize.
Yes.
I never wanted to cause any kind of commotion, but I was quick to recognize that and to say, yeah, individually, I don't know if it's a good idea that we meet up with you guys or email.
Right, and just to your point, I too would like to hear from any of you whenever you have thoughts or concerns, but I too will take the motions you present to us as what the entire council is saying.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Alex. Next up, agenda item number 6, appoint nominee for position on the City of Kyle Ethics Commission, Councilmember Bradshaw.
Yes, I am excited and honored to nominate Krista Fipper as my Ethics Commission appointee. I think that her passion for the City of Kyle and excellent moral compass and background in politics makes her an overly qualified candidate for this commission. She's also here if anybody would like to ask her questions. Krista, would you like to come forward?
Anyone have any questions for the nominee? Councilmember Flores Kale.
I'm going to ask you a million questions because I didn't ask you enough on the phone. I personally know Krista. Our kids went to daycare together. And she really made this great comment. I wish everyone could see it and hear it, so I'm going to repeat it. She said she really liked my Facebook because my postings were always really funny. So thank you for that. But I think Krista's great. She made a comment that hit me right in the heart, and she made the comment that her moral compass is up. And you don't get that a lot nowadays. Sometimes it's kind of frowned upon to have that kind of moral compass. People want to tell you that you think you're better than other people, and you're not trying to be. You're just trying to do what you think is right. So I enjoyed that conversation, and I've enjoyed knowing you for forever. And so I think you would make a great candidate.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rizzo.
So my question will be a little bit different. Councilmember Bradshaw mentioned you were involved politically. I'm not going to ask you in what realm, but I am going to ask you, would that persuade you or deter you in making a decision, or would you have an open mind when, if something came before you?
No, certainly. I have been involved in public service. I worked in the government in Florida and Texas for a number of years, as well as for a nonprofit organization. I have worked for a campaign, but the bulk of my experience is that. And so I greatly value transparency and accountability, and would take very seriously my role as being a steward of public trust.
Thank you. And thank you for what you do, volunteering and working for nonprofits. That's definitely got my vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Ellison.
Couple questions. One, I will ask, you said you worked for a campaign. Was it local?
No, sir, it was federal.
Fantastic. Second question. So when Councilmember Bradshaw approached you about this, was it an immediate yes?
No, it wasn't. It was a thank you so much. I'm honored and flattered that you would think of me. I asked her all the questions that popped into my head at that moment and then followed up with the city secretary with further questions.
To better understand what you're getting yourself
Absolutely,
into, right?
yeah.
Absolutely. I don't blame you. How long have you been a resident of Kyle?
Almost 15 years.
Fantastic. All right, all right. And what excites you most about serving on the ethics board?
So I came before this body maybe a month or two ago.
I thought I remembered you, yeah.
To talk about some development. And one of my opening lines for that was that I've lived in Kyle for 15 years, but I've either worked in Austin or in San Antonio. And so I would tell people, oh, I live in San Antonio, but I sleep in Kyle. And of course, COVID for the past year has had a lot of us live and work in the same place, like your kitchen counter. But beyond that, I've also, now I have 3 little Kyle Texans. And so I feel very invested in the community. And I know that this is an opportunity to serve behind the scenes, and make sure that we hold to account you all to do the right thing to represent my neighbors.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, I appreciate your willingness to serve. I appreciate your attention to detail to understand what you're getting into. I've run 3 campaigns in this city, and I've talked to plenty of folks that said similar things like you, that I live somewhere else and I just sleep here. Yeah. And I've been trying to convert a lot of those people to Kyle people for a long time, so I'm happy that you've jumped fully into this. And it's a great city, and I think it would be great to have you on board to help us out with this commission. So thank you.
Anyone else? I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
There's a little delay in the camera.
All right, next up, agenda item number 7, CIP road projects and consent agenda presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. We're still at Burleson Street trying to wrap that project up. I visited with the project manager today and I asked her how much longer do we have to wait. She's been trying to get in touch with the contractor. Again, Council, I will remind you, we're sitting on at least over $300,000 of their money in retainage, so I don't understand why we're not getting a response.
It's starting to get
keep
weird every
It
single
is,
time
yes.
you keep bringing Burleson up.
I know. But we'll keep contacting the contractor and trying to encourage him to hurry up and ramp it up. Heroes Memorial Park.
Leon, I'm sorry, can you tell us what specifically is there some particular task you're trying to get them to do?
There is, Mayor. There's a parking area that we discovered didn't have enough material in it based on the specifications. So we asked them to give us a credit for that, and so we're going back and forth on that. That's one item. There's another issue with some railing that we would like for them to look at installing as a safety precaution. So we're waiting on some estimates, or at least for him to get back and ask him if he's going to do that project or not. We also have as-built that we need to have done for the project. We need to have those as part of that's why we're holding up. We're not going to give up the retainage until we get everything done and in place and finished. So there's minor details. But right now, that particular contractor is on Windy Hill, so he's trying to wrap that up. So I'll give him that, but we still need to wrap it up on these minor other details that we have.
Okay. Thank you.
At the Heroes Memorial Park, we're at 12% complete. They're forming this rock cascade wall, and the columns for the bridge have been poured, ready for the superstructure, if you want to call it that. We're also forming the flagpole stepped seating for the project. La Verde Park is about 8% complete. They're working on the site and the building pad grades, and they're also installing utilities. Mary Kyle Hartson Park project, it's about 25% complete. Electrical drainage, irrigation, underground trenching and conduits, about 98% complete. Electrical layout's complete. Working on the irrigation as they finish their concrete. Playground has been delivered. Installation supposedly begins this week, and pavers are being placed on the promenade this week.
So, Leon, this might be a James question, but as it relates to the electrical, are we going to be on timeline to be able to actually have the electrical permits and have electricity delivered to the site? That's not going to be part of what gets delayed, so we'd be able to run a light show, for example.
Yeah,
even
Mayor.
if the ballards or certain elements aren't there yet.
Yeah, Mayor. So for the record, James Earp, Assistant City Manager. All along, we have been planning for power staying in the park. The way that we have managed to do that is we took down one of the poles that's on Main Street, but we've left one of the poles that's on Miller Street that still has power to it. So even if PEC isn't done delivering their underground, boring and running the lines and rerouting everything, we still have power in the park. So that has been the plan since day one. So assuming that if we have delay on some of the supplies issues that everybody's running into with the various things in construction right now, we can still have power in the park and still have lights. Outlets can still be installed even if we don't have the bollards. So that's the efforts that we're making. So we're still going to have power. We're still going to have the ability to plug in lights and to have the park lit up, even if some of the items are still waiting to be delivered.
Thanks for that, James, and I know you said that at the last council meeting as well, so thank you. But also, I wanted to add a little bit to it is how are we looking on supplies when we start getting into the landscaping? Have we started looking at supplies pre-hand, the contractor?
I don't know about the landscaping supplies. I think the landscaping is the least of the concerns for the most part. It's a lot of the hard things that have to be manufactured or prepared. For example, you might have, and this is a really good example of what I'm pointing out, you might have seen my email or picture that I sent to the city manager about the custom handmade welded fence end posts.
Yeah.
Those are like the main one that will be at the edge of the entryways. Those are like 350 pounds, and those are being fabricated by hand. The bollards are an issue getting in. The street lights are ordered and may or may not be in. So it's more about the things that are being manufactured. I know we had the big freeze issue, which was a lot of the questions, but the contractor is here, and I just didn't ask about the landscaping plants. Maybe they can just give me a heads up or sideways rather than having to come up. But are y'all having issues sourcing the plants, or are y'all looking okay on that?
Currently, we sent the landscape architect a list of plants that are available.
I'll repeat it for the people online.
From the list of plants there, and then we send them an alternate list to replace the ones that are not available. They're reviewing that right now, but as of today, we shouldn't have had a problem getting the plants.
So for those that are listening online and couldn't hear because of no microphone, no worries. Basically what he said is that there are a number of plants that are unavailable right now, but they have sent a substitute list to the landscape architect for them to sign off on, and they're not having issues tracking down plants. So we will do a lot of the planting, of course, in the spring, just so that we don't put fresh plants in the ground during the winter and then they die for not having their roots established. So
That's great. Sounds like a great plan, so thank y'all. And I want to thank y'all for the work that's going on there. I pass by there daily. The progress looks to be going at a great pace, so thank y'all, and thank your crews as well for the hard work.
Continuing on, Windy Hill Street and Drainage Project, we're about 98% complete. Traffic is driving on the newly constructed Windy Hill, and we did complete change order 4, but again, we're going to have to do one more change order. This should be the final one for the project. This is where we go through all our pluses and minuses and reconcile everything on the project. We still have the final striping and the fall protection railing that we're waiting on. And we did have a walkthrough today on the project just to start picking up the punch list on that. That's the view of the road today. Southside wastewater improvements, we're about 88% complete. We did complete the work by the Alexander property. Now we're heading over to the Murray property where we have the biggest challenge in trying to squeeze a couple of major lines in TxDOT's right away. Treatment plant expansion has not changed from the last slide that I shared with y'all. We're about 71% complete. Continue to work on Saturdays to try to catch up on our schedule and maintain our schedule. We did have 2 emergency generators just delivered. They're huge generators. If you get a chance to see them, they're very large generators. But anyway, we're not changing anything on our construction schedule. We're still on schedule, and we're expecting to have this plant open by March of 2022. And the dewatering facility, right now we're waiting on the submittals so we can review and approve those so they can get started on the dewatering facility. Plum Creek Interceptor, we're still about 58% complete. We visited with the contractor and asked him if he's heard anything about the pipe being delivered that we need to place there, and he's still waiting on the suppliers to give him a date on that. So we'll keep checking and seeing when we can get that pipe in so we can complete the project. We did have the boring subcontractor leave the project, but they're back, so they should be back on September 27th to wrap up the bore that's left on this project. Old Post Road, I have given a proposal to the owner, so I'm waiting on him to let me know if the right-of-way is going to be okay with what he's like to see. The county was out there today placing concrete. They've poured 3 driveways and did all the AD ramps, so those are complete on that portion. They should start grading the ditches on that section that we're working on starting hopefully next week.
Is there going to be a sidewalk? Can you go back to the previous slide? Is there going to be a sidewalk going around? Is that what I see in the bottom right?
That's just, that was an existing ADA ramp that was there, but our plan is to get a proposal from this particular engineering firm to look at putting sidewalks and street lights on the east side of the road. So one of my supervisors said we'd like to get a 12-foot path there, so it's going to be tough trying to squeeze that in, but we're going to look at that and see if we can squeeze a 12-foot wide path in there. But the original intent was to put about a 4 or 5-foot sidewalk in there along with some street lighting.
Okay, thank you.
Elliott Branch Interceptor, we're about 32% complete. We have started we did have a road closure on Sledge, and we are starting this. There's some bores that we need to do underneath that culvert, and there's a line that goes from that intersection right there all the way up to 3rd Street. So that's started already. And do you have any questions for me?
Councilor Ellison.
Couple. I'll start with Old Post Road. So when was the last, so obviously that right-of-way issue is at the 158, the south side of Old Post Road. Do you feel like there's progress being made on that, or has there been a bit of delay since your last communication there? What is your overall temperature on that?
I was planning to meet with the owner 2 weeks ago, but they had a death in the family, so that delayed that happening. So I've asked him, when can we meet? So I wanted him to physically see what we're proposing, so there are no questions and no mistakes on what we want to do out there. So my understanding, he's going to be here next week, I understand, so that's when I'm going to try to ask him to visit the site. Let's make sure that everything's okay with his, and get his approval to start back in that section. We still have to reconnect the water line that's there, and once we do that, then we can turn the county loose in that section.
Okay, fantastic. And I appreciate your time and attention to that. I'm sure the property owner does as well, and the fact that you're really trying to work with them and find a amicable way forward. So I appreciate that. What is the projected timeline for completion on that one again?
Councilmember, originally it was November. Obviously, I don't think we're going to make November.
Yeah.
We still have the north half to do. We're working with the concrete company also. We need a little bit of a drainage easement from them, but we're working with them on that to get that wrapped up. So pipe has been ordered for the north end of that. We're going to be installing some new culverts. So the pipe is going to be delivered tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So we're getting everything ready for that north half and turn the contractor loose. There's still going to be the question of that final 2 inches of hot mix that has to be laid. So we still haven't gotten that resolved yet. From what I understand, the county wants us to do that. Did that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
sir. Thank you. I appreciate that update. And then my final questions will be about Windy Hill Street. So you show on here that it's 98% complete. The Windy Hill walkthrough was done today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so are we
So there's just some final little touches that need to be done on that, and then we'll be finished there.
We have the striping that remains, and we also have an issue with the pedestrian railing that we need to install. The problem with the pedestrian railing that we've encountered, we need to wrap that up because of the GLO's requirements to get this contract wrapped up by October or November, I believe. And that railing takes time to be manufactured and brought in, so we're trying to work around that and get that done. So we're going to be asking for an extension of time from the GLO to wrap up the project, but substantially complete, it should be in October.
Fantastic. Well, and I know we had a citizen comment earlier. It was about this particular street and about the signage and different things like that. So point well taken, I think, from our resident. But I think the good thing about it is we're pretty much done with it. So it's exciting to have that done. I know that right turn lane to go into Amberwood is huge for traffic, and then the turning lane to turn left as well is a game changer for that area. I may or may not live in that area, but so I've seen a major difference, and it looks really good over there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Leon.
Thank you.
All right, next up, consent agenda. Councilor Rizzo.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 8, 9, 11, and 12. I'd like to pull 10.
I'd like to pull 9.
Okay, so I'm going to revamp my motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 8, 11, and 12.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale that we approve agenda items 8, 11, and 12. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 9, approve a change order in the amount of $126,065.65 to TF Harper for electrical required at Mary Colleton Park. Councilman Rizzo, you pulled this item. No, I'm sorry.
No.
Councilman Flores Kale, you pulled this item. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. Let me pull it up. Let me begin by asking who initiated these additional changes? Was it something the city requested or?
Yes, so these changes all reflect the cost to change from having 3 different feeds in the park that are overhead to 1 feed that's underground. Whenever we originally asked for the contractors to provide their best price to us, we had not made that commitment as a city to go ahead and pursue PEC, to look at spending the dollars to reroute and take the overhead lines down around the park and move them, blocks back or into the alleys in certain cases. So originally, the power feed was it was decentralized to where it was being fed from, a pole on one side, a pole over here, and it was all feeding in. Whenever we made the decision as a city to go underground, they had to rework all of their electrical and effectively have made like an electrical highway under the promenade and pulled everything now over into the far corner, which would be the southwest corner on Miller Street in Burleson. And that's where the pedestal will be set. The new PEC feed will be there, and it's going to be a 3-phase feed instead of multiple single-phase. So it'll be a 3-phase feed with the panels. So they had to go to 3-phase panels, and that's a lot of the cost differential. I also had this reviewed by Bob with AGCM because they certainly did have some electrical costs in their original bid. So he went through and made sure that this is only the extra stuff that we were having to look at paying for to make the contractor whole.
So is TF Harper actually doing all this stuff, or
Yes.
are they bidding it out?
No, they're doing it
They're
themselves.
gonna do it.
Right.
Okay, so all the electrical work is going to be done by then. I think that's the only question I had. I just want to make sure because I know on the next page there's another increase to ask for the same for the park, and so I just.
It is for the park, but that's completely different.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
propose that whenever that item's here.
Okay. Well, then I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda item 9.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo to approve agenda item number 9. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 10, approval of citywide trail master plan. Mr. Rizzo, you pulled this item.
Yeah, I guess my question's to Scott Sellers. Scott, I was looking at, I forgot what page it is. I think it's the third or fourth page. It says it's recommended by the city to hire a 4-person concrete crew to begin work on the Vibe. And that kind of concerns me. And the reason why is that I've never seen a crew that small work on sidewalks. The minimum of crew I've ever seen at the minimum has been a 6-person crew. I'm looking at what the duties are, and that's a dump truck, that's a skid steer. You've got 3 guys forming. So the minimum I've ever seen is a 6-person crew. I'm worried about trying to do this with a 4-person crew, but I'm also worried about not getting the right people there, making sure that we're getting people that are skilled and qualified. So people that have the experience. And the reason why is that we're going to go forward with this. It needs to be an experienced crew so we can get the best amount of work out there per day. And that's my concern, because if not, we're going to put something together and it's going to be shambles. So I want to make sure we are addressing this early on.
Mayor Council Scott Sellers for the record. Councilmember Rizzo, I tend to agree, and this is one of those areas in the plan that we really don't have completely finalized yet. Our goal in bringing the plan forward tonight for approval is that this becomes a living, breathing document, and we plan to bring forward additional updates as necessary. One of those is this concrete crew. What we are trying to determine right now is, what our in-house capabilities are versus potential outsourcing. We do have a full maintenance crew right now, but until the trail is built, the maintenance side is really more in the natural side rather than the concrete maintenance. So we're looking at what those duties might entail for one, but the second thing is we are considering the total linear footage of trails that need to be constructed via concrete versus there are several other sections that would be developer funded. There are sections that are already on existing sidewalk. There are sections that would go into the street where sidewalk could not be built. And as we're looking closer at that, it becomes much less of a daunting task for a 4 or 6-person crew to build over 50 miles of trails. It actually only may be 5 to 10 miles. And we're trying to get a handle on that right now. And if that is the case, let's say it is only 5 miles, then it makes much more sense to outsource that construction piece and then leave the maintenance to our existing maintenance crew. We are working right now with our in-house engineer, Jeff Prado, to develop a typicals and standards section that will go in the document, and then we will bring that back for approval. We are also working with our outside consultant, Jason Klontz from Catalyst Commercial, who you'll be hearing from a little later. And that takes a much deeper look at each of the vibe spots that are called out in the document. And once we have the edits for that section, we'll bring that back as well. So again, living, breathing document, but I completely agree. Things are bound to change from it. I'm happy if you would like to make that approval of this plan tonight with a 6-person crew, or just approve it as is, knowing that there are additional changes that are forthcoming.
Yeah, I'd like to make that change. And one reason is just to make sure that we remember and that we address that. So that way, moving forward, we're not putting pressure on a small skeleton crew to do the same amount of work. And just to have that in there, it just reassures me.
Yeah, I'd maybe just recommend a 6-person concrete crew or outsourced.
That would be perfect. So I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, she's got more questions. Sorry.
Well, you have the floor, though. So if you want to make a motion, you can make a
Yeah,
motion.
so let me make the motion to approve the item number 10 with this additional 2 staff members or outsourcing the project if it's more equitable.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve agenda item number 10 and add 2 additional members to the recommended trail construction crew or outsourcing per discussion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilor Florescale.
Yes, I have, I was hoping to get it in before that because I have a couple things I want to talk about. So my first concern is using concrete. I would like to use something a little more porous, since this is going to go from the east to the west side, and looking at the map, they're going to be in some areas of flooding. So I didn't know how much research was put into that as far as laying concrete versus asphalt or something a little more porous. So if you want to speak to that, and then I can hit my other notes up.
Absolutely. We have researched concrete versus a variety of other materials, and have put our eyes as well as our feet on several of these different materials. When it came to porous material in the floodplain areas, which is a large portion and one that you just called out, the maintenance for porous material is extremely demanding. The dirt and debris that falls in between the cracks of the small rocks has to be routinely vacuumed out and maintained. And so it creates just a very expensive ongoing maintenance problem. In addition, some of that, the material for porous pavement tends to not be so desirable from a recreational standpoint. Both in that it catches on soles of feet. So when you're running or strolling, sometimes it tends to grab your soles. And then the different types of modalities on the trail differ per the material type. So the most universal material type is concrete. Pushing small wheel or strapping on small wheel rollerblades, skates, etc., is not as conducive to that type of material, skateboards, etc. So the trail task force looked at each of those materials, examined and discussed the pros and cons of each, and determined that concrete was the best material to use. And this was also confirmed through our visit to Peachtree City, Georgia, where they recommended that the city use concrete.
Okay. I guess I wasn't aware that there was a trail task force. Can you tell me who is on that task force?
I can pull that up.
It's myself,
It would
Tobias,
be-
and Coach.
Thank you.
Okay. I know that I've previously requested information like this, and especially when you guys go on trips, I need to make sure that I am receiving that information. I would like to just stay up to date on them, and also if there is a task force like this, I know not to go to Tobias, Coach, or Rex or Dex. Sorry. So if we could just make sure that we're up to date on that, just to avoid any Texas Open Meeting Act violations, I'd appreciate that. Okay. Well, I'm still not in favor of concrete necessarily. I would like to see something a little bit more in writing and presented to us as far as the benefits of one over another. And I'm not even saying it has to be asphalt. It could be, we could be a little new age. We can be progressive. It doesn't have to be one or the other. But I just don't like the idea of the concrete, because our Texas heat and our Texas waters make it really difficult for us to maintain. I mean, I could just walk in the front of my sidewalk in the front of my subdivision and see what the heat and the flooding does to the concrete. So if you have that information, I would love to see that. My next question is going to be if you have an update from POSAC.
Excuse me. So thank you for asking. We did, as a city, present our several requests to the County Parks and Open Space Advisory Committee, and they, I think, were very favorable of our three requests. These are three requests or three projects that also appeared on the November 2020 ballot. So East Side Trails was one that we were very excited about. Definitely falls within this Vibe trail plan. Greg Clark Park was another project that would receive hopefully some pretty major improvements with the additional county funding to match the city funding, and then the brick and mortar area sportsplex improvements. So we did present each of those projects. We wrapped all three together as they would relate to the vibe and really what they would do from a recreational open space preservation, attraction, amenity, and especially the overarching health amenity for utilizing the trail system and enjoying these outdoor areas. So I feel like the presentation went well. Again, I feel like the POSAC received the presentation well. I'm not sure when. I think mid-November roughly is when they will have their recommendation for funding, and we will keep our fingers crossed.
So if no funding comes from them, is it going to be strictly funded by the city, and where does that money come from?
So far, we have the city $10 million, which was approved. Again, that was split $7 million for the sportsplex, $2 million for East Side Trail, and $1 million for Great Clark Park. We also have received some funding from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for the trail system. And then we are currently pursuing other avenues of funding for the trail system. So at this point, it is just the city plus Texas Parks and Wildlife funding, but hopefully we will receive more, and we will keep looking for those as we move forward.
Okay, so did the task force create this map and the vibes within the map?
Yes, ma'am. The task force of council, which also has, I want to say 6 or 7 staff members on it as well. So collectively, we went through the city, analyzed open space areas, analyzed ways that we could reduce at-grade crossings, and provide accessibility to basically all areas throughout the city. And what you have in that plan is the result of many, many hours of looking at the city and creating this trail system.
Okay, and then can you explain to me what logic you guys used to put 7 vibes on the east side and 16 on the west side?
So the vibes are what we are familiar with from a developer, from a development standpoint. So those vibes that were identified in the plan, again, as the plan is a living, breathing document, can change. However, these are development areas where the city has been approached or discussed those areas that are still green space for development. We'd of course welcome more throughout the trail network, east side or west side, but these were the ones that have already either approached the city or became opportunity areas with the transportation master plan.
Okay, so we can always add more vibes to this? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then my very last question, I promise, is going to be, who came up with Vibe? I don't like that name. And I don't mean to be rude, but I guess I'm kind of curious as to why we didn't get a little bit more resident involvement in naming such an amazing, like a trail. I'd like to see something along the lines of, either online vote or something where we can have our residents maybe tell us what they would like.
The name did come from the task force as just a recommendation. If the council would like to change it, that's up to the council. We did have an open house with the public as well as a survey that was administered. It did not have the name Vibe. That did come later, but we did try to solicit as much input from the citizenry through two different survey methods and an open house.
So in that survey, going back to concrete, did it discuss what kind of road that the residents wanted to see?
It did mention trail types, and it asked for opinions about trail types.
And what was the outcome?
Outcome was, I would say that the first one was to leave a natural trail.
I thought about that too. So is that doable? Would that be something, or would that be too hard to maintain?
Yeah, we are absolutely going to develop and maintain as much green space and we'll call them natural trails as possible. I think we can do that very well down in the Plum Creek drainage area, and there will be several miles of open space trails. We will also be able to do this well in the far west area around the Six Creeks, Blanket River Ranch area. Within the physically built environment of the city, we're not going to be able to do that, but where we can, we will continue to develop and maintain natural trail areas.
Okay, I think that's it. My only request would be to maybe get a little more input about the name from our residents. And that's not to be disrespectful to the task force that spent a lot of time and I'm sure effort on this, but I think the city does a lot of stuff and it does it kind of in a task force way. And I'd like to get the feedback of the residents in this particular case.
Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Ellison.
Points well taken, Councilmember Flores-Gale. As I mentioned, Councilmember Tobias and Coach and I sit on the task force for this. This one's been very challenging for me, just to the point of I think no one probably this takes them off guard, but I've been a big proponent of nature trails. I think that a trail certainly is meant to go as nature as possible. I think what we are talking about doing with this here is a multi-use path. And I'd probably rather use path than trail on some of these things, just as a point of particular terminology here. But I will say this, one of the things with task force is sometimes there's compromise and cohesiveness and we move together to make a recommendation to council to either accept or reject. Sometimes you're just outnumbered. And I think I'm outnumbered on this one. And I cannot support this trail plan. I'm going to vote against it. I think there are opportunities for us to solidify and codify in this plan more true trails, which are our nature and mostly unimproved trails. I think that's the excitement of it, of a trail, is going out and being in nature and not having a concrete and improved area. I think there's not much in Austin that I would like us to follow, but I will say parks and trails are definitely something that I think the city of Kyle is doing well. There are other things, the city of Austin is doing well. And I've spent a lot of time on trails in my life, and most of them, true trails, true nature ones, are unimproved. And for me, I've tried to weigh this and get on board with it, but as it stands, I would not be able to support this plan as of yet.
Any other questions, comments? Councilor Rizzo.
If you don't mind. Being on the Trails Task Force, there are some things that I did as well have some issues with. I'm just excited that we're finally getting to this point. I know we're making the motion as a living, breathing document, to go from there, and there could be changes that can be made. That's kind of why I really want to get this going. But I do understand your concerns, Ms. Flores-Gale, about the concrete. We did, when I did go to the area in Georgia, I really spoke to the individuals there and their city council about okay, what would be the difference between the asphalt versus the concrete course? A lot of them were saying it's just continuous maintenance that has to be done on it because it snows up there, it rains, and all that stuff eventually deteriorates in time. So there'll be an additional cost versus concrete here. I'm also looking at the soil that we have here. It's all just black dirt. And so, when it floods, it floods. So we're going to need something with a very strong structure to where we could be able to have something that's lasting. So that's kind of why the recommendations of the concrete. And also, I do want to point out that I do agree with Councilman Ellison. We need to keep some of that trail as much natural as possible on that end. Coming from living in Austin many years and going downtown Lake, that was the whole vibe of why I always wanted to have something like this here. And as much as I want to get this going, I think City Manager Scott Sellers knew that I was not a very fond of the vibe name as well on that end. I felt like since we're going to be investing in something like this, if there's maybe a consideration of another name of some sort, you know. I think right now there's a radio station right now called The Vibe and something else that I know about. But going from there, I would like to try to get this approved, and if we need to make changes as we go along, hopefully we can be able to do that as well.
Councilor Rizzo.
Just one last thought. So one of the things that you touched on earlier, Scott, was that only some of this is going to be concrete. It's going to be the areas that wash out, areas that won't be able to be accessible when it rains. Our trail system right now, if you walk it from Waterleaf Park to all the way to our Lake Kyle, there's sometimes throughout the seasons that you can't walk it because it's just continuously muddy. So you're missing out on that. So there's some areas that we'll have to address and be able to allow people to use this at all times, not just good weather. So there's some areas we can improve on, but this isn't going to be a complete concrete trail. It's going to have its sections. It's going to have a lot of natural trail as well. And I think it's going to be a good project moving forward. But just remember that, I know we got reached out to by a resident about having a lot more natural trails, and that's going to be awesome having the natural trail system. But there are some areas to keep that connectivity alive. We'll have to put some concrete down, but other than that, we should be all natural. A lot of natural surfaces is what my hope is.
Anyone else?
Can I suggest that we call it a multi-use path, like Mr. Ellison said? Because I think I'm on board with the fact that it's not a trail. This is clearly not a trail. To me, trails are like dirt and long, and I mean, it's gonna be, it'll fit some aspects, but I think the fact that we're gonna try to put golf carts on it is not gonna necessarily qualify it as a regular trail. And so to stay true to what it is, we just call it, the multi-use path. What's that? I don't think it's nitpicky, it's being honest and true. I mean, if we tell someone from Austin, hey, come run our trail, and then they get hit by a golf cart, they're gonna be like, hey, a trail doesn't have a golf cart, so let's call it what it is. It's not being nitpicky, it's being transparent.
I just want to clarify my point. I get that the idea is that, but it's not codified in this plan. And I would like to see something more permanent in the plan showing where we truly will commit to nature parts of the trail. That's the thing that's concerning me, is that we don't have that truly codified here.
And that's a lesson I learned from a couple task forces ago, is that, yeah, I would like to see it in the plan, and so we know what we're doing, because sometimes these task force kind of take over and kind of have an idea of their own, and then we just come back. And for me, it's much easier to look at this and be involved in the map as opposed to trying to look at it and make changes. So I would also like to see that codified as well. Can we bring this back? I know you guys were just in Georgia like 4 weeks ago, so I think this is moving really fast. And as much as I love it, I don't think there's any harm in just holding off another meeting or two until we can get something a little more solid.
So Scott, this is just a document, correct? So it's almost like our comprehensive plan. It's a suggestion, so we could still make changes throughout the document's life, correct?
It's a living, breathing document, and the reason why we brought it forward now, knowing that there are iterative changes forthcoming, because we are currently working with some developments along the vibe or the trail network, the path, whatever we want to call it. These areas that are under development and being planned right now need to know that this is the official direction of council to incorporate a 12-foot wide concrete path in their developments. And then the associated conditional use plan, the future land use map as it relates to these areas, et cetera. You know, there's just a lot that is still forthcoming, but this signals the council's intent that you're committed to the plan and you would like the development community to follow.
Scott, do you have any feedback on the request? Do you think it's within your ability to narrow down and get more granular about which portions are proposed to be, you know, the full multimodal that you're discussing, and which paths are still up for discussion about how wide they are and what they're composed of?
Absolutely. That will be forthcoming. I'm not sure as timing wise if it'll be at the next meeting or the following, but as you know, I think as all of council knows, this is a very important project. It's moving very quickly. And so these updates and these map revisions will come pretty quickly back to council.
So what message are you wanting to send? Because we're going to be in a split vote situation on it right now, because there's questions about how much of it is going to be concrete.
The areas that are currently natural. So if we think about the non-built environment of Kyle along the Plum Creek, East Kyle, and then some of our drainage belts, West Kyle down to the Blanco River. Those areas are the primary areas where we can have natural trails, either, you know, proximate to, you know, as far as we can, other side of the creek, et cetera. They're right now not necessarily the primary development areas that we're looking at. Some of the main focus areas are within the more built environment of the city of Kyle, which don't really lend themselves toward a natural trail. With that said, we will try to identify those natural trail segments as much as possible, and we have identified many already. We can bring that back as quickly as possible, hopefully even to the next meeting. But again, you know, the key is these several, I mean, there are 3 or 4 I can think of right now, developments that are really just waiting to know if this is the direction of council. But again, those developments are more in the built environment and less in the natural environment.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Bradshaw.
Aye.
Tobias.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Flores Kale.
Aye.
Rizzo.
I, with the understanding we're going to come back and look at some of these trails individually.
Ellison.
Nay.
Coach.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Next up, agenda item number 13, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning of the City of Kyle, Texas, for the purpose of assigning original zoning to approximately 318 total acres, PUD zoning, 256 acres, single-family R1A, 43.92 to multifamily R33, 18.38 acres to retail services for property located at 700 Bunton Lane and 800 Bunton Lane in Hays County, Texas. This item has a public hearing. Mr. Will Atkinson. And Will, if you want to just present the item, then we'll hold the public hearing, then we'll have commentary after.
Sounds good. Well, it was discussed between the developer and I. They actually want to do their presentation first, if that's all right. Any opposition to that?
Presentation on the development?
Yes.
Before the public hearing?
We assumed there was going to be a public hearing first, mind you, but yes.
Okay, typically you just give a brief overview, we hold the public hearing, then we bring the applicant up. That's the way we normally do it.
Okay,
so.
that's fine too.
Okay.
No problems with that. Okay, before we have the the rezoning for Z-21-0088. They're essentially wanting to do a town center development. It's largely R1A surrounded by, or with having R33 in the middle, and then some retail services at the very core, kind of like a wedding cake, if you will. They asked to do a PUD so they could have some waivers and variances built into the PUD standards to make it a more urban type development. They're doing a lot of things to make our standard development a lot better. They're wanting to convert one of the old homesteads on the site to make it into a restaurant and a nice place to have outdoor dining. They want to have, the list is endless, I'll be honest. Everything they are asking that's different from our code, it's honestly just to make it a lot better. That's the intent of it. With a more urban form, reduce setbacks. Some of the parking is reduced, but they do have plans to make sure that's accounted for. They have a school site picked out. They have varying lot sizes throughout the project as well. And that's what it is. It's a great project, honestly. We've been working with them for over 1.5 years on it. They've asked to go ahead and bring it forward, and the comprehensive plan largely supports it. City's going to provide wastewater. County line's going to be on water. They have services. There's future infrastructure projects that are already in the works and talks about between the city and us, or and the developer. So I'll go ahead and kind of push it through. This is their slides, but just to give you an idea of where it is, right there on the screen, just a little bit of southeast of and adjacent to the Button Creek Reserve project. That's almost finished. They have extension of Gristmill Road in there as well, and they're also going to be tying into the Plum Creek's trail system as well that we already have. Currently, the northwest portion of it, the 2/3 is R12, and the remainder is ag, and because it was recently annexed. And this kind of shows the areas in the area. They got Button Lane, which is number 1, along with Button Creek as well, going through the property. Waterleaf Park to the southwest. And this project has a lot of opportunity to be something great. Do y'all have any questions for me?
We'll do that in just a second. So,
Okay,
at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing unless there are any objections. Seeing none, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. I think the applicant's here. Yes. Is that what you're saying? If y'all want to come, do you have more you want to add to the?
Sure. Thanks, William. Hello, everybody. My name is Hunter Floyd. I'm the Director of Design and Development with Rastigar Property Company. As William mentioned, we've been working on this for about 1.5 years now. Just first off, I want to thank all City Kyle's staff and everybody that's kind of helped with this. We've taken our time to try to get this right, and City Kyle's been fantastic to work with, and we're excited about this, so thank you. We purchased this property in 2019, added on to it in 2020, and initially went out to the property just to kind of explore it and see, what it had to offer, and frankly found a really beautiful piece of land in East Kyle. 2 creeks, you've got Plum Creek, you've got Bunton Creek. We saw that as a really cool opportunity to provide kind of outdoor access. There's some old barns, as Will mentioned as well, that are really interesting and neat that we want to try to save and turn into a restaurant and kind of gathering space. And we also went out and just sort of talked to a number of residents in East Kyle, and I think we found a lot of people, a lot of homes, and a lot of people that were really prideful, frankly, about the east side of Kyle, without a whole lot of places for them to kind of gather, eat, really feel a sense of community outside of their homes and some parks. So we set out to really create kind of a new identity and a point of pride in East Kyle. that respects the past, but sort of has a nod to the future of, I think, what this city is becoming. And to do that, I think there was a few things that we sought out to do from the get-go, and that was, or actually, I should say, a few things that we saw in other really strong communities that we wanted to create here that we set out to do here. And I think that, number one, they all have walkability. So that's something that's paramount to what we're trying to do here. Everything that we did in our plan is really looking towards encouraging people to walk to places within the community and have kind of a holistic experience so that they can, to use the overused term, live, work, and play, but in the same place. We also thought it was important that there was access to a really diverse demographic. So we sought out to provide different housing typologies, everything from 60-foot lots to 22-foot townhouses, as well as some rental product as well. So that really people in different stages of their lives, whether families or single people or kind of different economic abilities, could afford and want to live in the location. We also thought, for Central Texas, very important to have access to the outdoors and hiking trails and paths, and so we were excited about providing that as an amenity for the future residents, not only of our community, but having public access to this stretch of Bunton Creek, which is actually a really beautiful stretch, as well as what you can see in the image up there is a really nice pond that the public will have access, not just necessarily our community. And then lastly, and to some degree, most importantly, places where people could gather publicly and eat together and connect with their neighborhood. So I forget this is a touch screen, right? Yeah. So in order to do that, we put together what I think is a really strong team. Got myself people a lot smarter than me, frankly. And Lien, who you guys are familiar with, great landscape architect and urban planner. BG, who's done a lot of work in the city of Kyle as our civil engineer. Car Development, who is providing development services for us, and then Principal Domain with our land planner. I think Will kind of touched on some of this stuff, but just I think one thing to note in this regional map here that we think is important is kind of we straddle between 35 and 21. And 21 connects to 130, and 130 connects to everything that's going on the east side of Austin, including Tesla and Samsung's new factory in Taylor, and a lot of the major job market and job growth that's happening over there, as well as the airport. So we think that that's a really important connection point, and by building Gristmill out, not only to the west, but to the east, we can connect to that. This is just a look at your transportation plan and just kind of showing that, we're a little bit of a missing piece of that puzzle with Gristmill there. Just to look at it from Google Maps to show how we plan on building that out. And I'm going to pass on to Rebecca Leonard with Lien here to kind of take the rest of the slides.
Thank you, Hunter. Hi. I won't cover some that Will's already covered for us since it's been a long night already, but Will covered what the current zoning is, R12, single-family detached residential 65-foot lots, and then agricultural. In addition, we are north of the Waterleaf Falls neighborhood and the Waterleaf Park, and just east of Bunton Creek Reserve. About 60 acres of the 318 total acres are in the floodplain, Bunton Creek and Plum Creek. When the team got together, Hunter's kind of touched on many of these goals, but this was one of the first exercises. So the plan was really was a goal-driven plan. And this was to create a walkable, diverse, and accessible new hub for East Kyle. We've got Plum Creek and other things happening in West Kyle. This was an opportunity to create some center and gathering place for East Kyle. Variety of mix of residential housing types, so trying to make sure that no matter whether you are young and just starting out, you're a senior and you need to downsize, or you're in the thick of raising your family, there's a housing product here for you. Creating a vibrant and authentic place where people can get to know their neighbors, lots of gathering places for a meeting. honor the agricultural past. There's so many great relics on site, and we look forward to using some of them in the future development and creating opportunities for trails and recreation in the natural environment. As Hunter said, we did study several different developments around the country, from Agritopia in Phoenix to closer to home with Mueller and Plum Creek, and really understanding what the strengths of those were, and walkability and social gathering places was a key to that, as was mix of uses. So this isn't just a single family development. This has a core that will have a mixed use component to it, the town square. It'll have 20% of the land will be parks, and also a mix of housing types. One of the things early in this project that the developers did was study where people go to get their goods and services in this part of the city. And they have to come all the way to I-35 and into West Kyle to get most of the goods and services that they need. In fact, this table here really shows how much spending power this part of the city has. And we really think that that's an opportunity to bring some of those services closer to the people that live here. So we're excited to do that. This is the plan that we're accompanying with the PUD. You can see 61 acres of public parkland. The single family ranges from different variety of single family lot sizes to townhomes, patio homes, and other things. We have a multifamily component to it, and then the town square itself. This is a illustrative master plan of that, so you can see the parks and open space around Button Creek and around Plum Creek. Restaurant, we envision this really great destination restaurant space in the old Homestead area. That will be an experience, a really great opportunity to really get a feel for Kyle and bring people from all over the city and all over the region into this area. Commercial use and plaza, we've got a mixed use building in the plaza space that's evolving and surrounded by a variety of multifamily. We've got an elementary school site over on the eastern edge of the development, and we've been working with the school district now for many months to make sure that the site is the right size and the right location for them, and diverse single-family housing types. This breaks down the different housing types that you'll see in the single-family area, so it's not just a monolithic, same-size cookie-cutter lot situation. This is going to be mixed up in each street. And so townhomes, different alley-loaded products, also front-loaded products, different sizes. Finally, there's a number of public spaces. We've talked about the parkland, about 20% of the site. The restaurant and gathering place will be a really fun social place. The plaza will also be a place to grab a coffee and hang out with the kids and play in the plaza space. We've got the elementary school and then the trail-oriented connections down on the south to Plum Creek. So all throughout the community, everybody's got access to walkable destinations. So that was kind of the plan from the beginning, is to make sure that not one part of the development has to walk very far to get to something fun. So this is pictures of the existing relics on site. We love that barn. So you'll see it in some of the renderings. We're hoping to be able to use it as part of the restaurant gathering area. Great trees, beautiful views, scenic views over the floodplains and the ranch lands, former ranch lands. So this is a rendering of what this restaurant and gathering place could look like, using some old structures, some new structures, kind of fun modern play on some of the older materials and the vernacular architecture in the area. This is a plan view of it, creating a place where people can come from all over the place, come through a pecan grove out to a restaurant and brewery, nestled into kind of a farm space where the kids can run amok and go into the community barn, and out to the event lawn. We have a tasting deck, amphitheater play on there, sculptures and public art, and then a beautiful meadow space that will connect people down to the Button Creek area. This is some conceptual renderings of the plaza space at the heart of the development, surrounded by a mixed-use building, children's play area, central lawn space, an event pavilion, things that will provide great access and opportunity to the folks in East Kyle. As I mentioned, been working with the school district. This is kind of a conceptual idea of what the elementary school could look like on about 11 acres in the eastern part of the project. And then finally, tying into trails and paths. Your current trail plan shows this area as being connected through a green belt of trails. And so we've been wanting to tie into that and be part of that. And even the new language in the plan about trail-oriented developments and really looking at ways to not just connect green spaces to one another with a trail, but also to connect destinations. And we look forward to being one of those destinations that everybody can get to by trail. So if you have any questions, we're here for that.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone have any questions? Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank y'all for bringing a project like this to the east side. It's awesome. It's a beautiful project. Looking forward to the road improvements. Just want to make sure that we've got accessibility out in case of a flood. That area does flood. Those roadways are prone to that. Making sure we've got the right infrastructure in place will be key as we're moving forward. The other thing is the pond. I like the pond. It's a great pond. Unfortunately, I didn't see an aerator in the picture. I'd love to see some aerators in those pictures, and the reason why is that we've got some beautiful ponds in other neighborhoods, and they're looking in shambles now because you don't have that fresh water, fresh air going in there. So you could add some aerators to that. I'd really appreciate it. But other than that, it's a great project. It's going to bring some much-needed resources to the area. I know there's a lot more coming into the roadway systems there that are proposed. But yeah, I think it's a great project, and I think it's going in the right place. Thank you for trying to the big pecan tree that's there. Looking forward to y'all preserving that. That's great that you're coming in to preserve that, and some of the old structures there as well. So keeping a little bit of Kyle's history is very important. So you're doing that and preserving it. So I think it's a great project. Thank you.
Councilman Tobias.
All right, thank you. Right off the bat, it is a good plan, a good setup. I like. Now I'm going to just address my concerns because I live in that area. Has anybody driven down Button Creek Road about 4 o'clock in the afternoon? You're there for a long time, aren't you? How about over there by the roundabout? Okay. So we're looking about probably a good 1.5 miles or 2 miles from this location there. That's going to be a big concern for the traffic, and I'm here to speak up on that. I understand we were talking about infrastructure, and this is something I've been pushing this last budget and about trying to see about what are the improvements or where are we at on Bunting Creek Road, including widening or getting some kind of plan down. That's going to be my big concern on that road right there. Of course, in that area, again, I'll be concerned because I do have friends that live out in Twins neighborhood. It did flood a couple of years ago. That would be another concern that I have there. But another issue that I might want to raise some questions on is the elementary school in the neighborhood. Like I said, I hate to be the person that's bringing all this negativity. I'm not trying to down what it is. I'm just being real about what's really going on in our city. We have about 4 schools in that area of near Steeplechase where we have huge traffic issues from Ideal to Fuentes to Lehman. And when we build schools in neighborhoods, that is the #1 complaints that I get on my emails and people calling me about that. So, though I see that this is a good plan, this will be a great vibe for east of Kyle. I mean, I'm not knocking that. These are just the concerns that I know if we start building these type of subdivisions when we don't have our infrastructure roads with sidewalks in place that lead to I-35. We don't have any streetlights. We don't have any sidewalks. And so the connectivity, I'm still trying to find where we would have that from this neighborhood to where we could be able to get to some of the schools or some of the amenities closer to I-35. Those are just my concerns.
So I have some thoughts on the road in particular, because the Rastigar property has been like you said, Hunter said, like what, a year and a half of negotiating. So all of the East Side Road projects that we're currently working on, really their genesis came from the Rastigar property. The Bunton Lane in particular, and improving it from basically from this site west to I-35 has been something that we're in the works trying to pursue, because it's a chicken and egg kind of situation where if you say, well, we don't want this development to come in until we've built out the road, then how do you pay for the road? So if you don't bring it in, then you kind of have to give up on the road project itself and try to keep the area more rural. I've always been of the opinion that when it comes to infrastructure projects and road projects in particular, that when a development is coming, it needs to provide a pretty significant contribution towards helping with that road. And the Rastigar property in particular is working on TERS 3 and bonded projects to help bring about that infrastructure on Bunton Lane. So if we weren't actively in the engineering for exactly what you mentioned, I would think this site would be premature as well, because it would signal that the city's not really prepared to spend the money on on improving the roadway. But because we are, that's really where I feel like this project helps us to actually solve that infrastructure project, because we're trying to get engineering completed on Bunton, including sidewalks and amenities, and have it ready to go to the voters by November of next year, long before this project actually comes into being. So, my thought is that this is a good way to actually help bring funding towards that. And then also Gristmill in particular is another important connection road that helps to alleviate some of that traffic. So them bringing that piece of road, although the Gristmill in Bunton Creek isn't really what you would call a road. I don't know what it is exactly, but I think it may have done irrevocable damage to the long-term prospects of Gristmill. But we are preparing to build Bunton Road or Bunton Lane. Scott can correct me. I mean, I believe it goes all the way out, actually past this site in our bond that we're preparing to go for with the voters in November. Is that right?
Mayor, the bond for Bunton does wrap through the Rastigar tract and then down to Gristmill. Transportation Master Plan has that road swinging up through a property that we call Kyle Estates East, and then further joining a roadway to the northeast. And then Gristmill does ultimately go all the way out to Highway 21. So there's a variety of roadways through there, and the bond program will help us accelerate those and build it at least through to the city limits.
Well, but as it relates to Rastigar and Kyle Estates East, can you give us a sense of whether or not Councilmember Tobias's question is being addressed?
Yes, it will be addressed. Those roadways are part of TERS number 3.
My questions on the project are related to density and compliance with the residential style guide. So our residential style guide compels developers to alley load product of 50 feet or less, 100%. It seems like that's in this proposal is more like just a fraction of that. The majority of the lots, the 40-foot lots and the 50-foot lots that by the residential style guide are required to be alley loaded, it doesn't seem like that's the case here. There are a lot of 40 and 50-foot front-loaded lots, like 70% of the total residential lots.
Correct. There are 50s which are allowed by the residential style guide, correct? But the 40s.
No, 50s required to be alley loaded, greater than 50. So the demarcation is on the 50, but if it's a 50-foot lot, it's according to the style guide, it's supposed to be alley loaded. But yeah, there's like 800 plus out of the 1,100, I think, in total that are front loaded, and the majority of the lots, are. It seems like maybe you designed it to get around that. Is my thought.
Well,
so
on the 50s, our intent was to meet that requirement. On the 40s, we don't have a huge allocation of the 40s, and we don't have a minimum allocation of the 40s, so we might not build any, but the 50s were intended to meet the residential style guide. So if we need to go to 51, then so be it.
Well, 50 is within an R33 zoning, up to 50, and then greater than that is or R13, and then greater than that's R12. So the R12 zoning category typically is allowed to be front-loaded. The R13 is typically required to be predominantly alley-loaded. So it just, is there some kind of aversion to rear detached, side-loaded, alley-loaded?
Really, we're just
curvilinear
trying to.
streets. There's
we're
not a lot of
try-
curvilinear streets out here. It's pretty.
We do have some curvilinear streets, and our streets are really kind of responding to the site, really. So where the site has curves, then the streets sort of curve with it, and where the site is flat and sort of orthogonal, and the streets are a little bit less curvy or curvilinear. To answer your question about the alley loaded product, our current land plan has enough depth to do alley load product if the builder that we bring on eventually decides they want to do alley load product there. And frankly, actually, a couple of them that we've been speaking to do intend to do alley load product across the entire site, except for the perimeters, right? So I think, there can be some more nuance there and some more detail added to make sure that we're meeting the residential style guide appropriately. But I think, with the PUD designation, we're intending to obviously, vary from that a little bit in order to get all the great things that we're planning for here, including the school site and the town center and the plaza and sort of the public stuff that we're doing that is a little more difficult to pull off, right? And in exchange for that, we're working towards, some smaller lot sizes that we think add density and walkability into the neighborhood.
You've added a lot of density with townhomes, multifamily, and then the most dense single family that we offer per code. It's just the residential style guide really speaks to trying to make sure if you're going for that density, that you're not creating streets that are just predominantly just rows and rows of
Snout houses.
garages.
Yeah.
So that when I look at this, I see what I think is predominantly that. So that's always been a part of my frustration is the trade for density comes at the right kind of infrastructure that allows for cars not to be just overwhelming streets and driveways and allows them to get more where they should, so that it's not automobile focused.
Sure. Absolutely. I mean, I think we're on the same page. I think what we're trying to do is vary the lot types, right? So that we don't have one, 40-foot lot type or 50-foot lot type that goes all the way across. We do have alley loaded product as well in the mix. And we have 60-foot lots in the mix as well. So I think that's kind of the intent, is to provide diversity on those streets with the different lot types and the different setbacks that are required for each one of those lot types.
Yeah, I mean, there's 40s, 50s, and 60s, mostly 40s. And then 50s that are that we're trying to get away from alley loaded. I mean, you can look, the land plan is majority straight streets and alley loaded with fairly dense and narrow lot lines. So I'm just surprised that we got to a plan that seems to sort of push that style guide a little bit to the side, especially the idea of trading out those, I'm always in favor of trading density for higher quality development, especially mixed use, to allow for people to experience more of their life and quality of life within the project itself. Our biggest master plan subdivisions all do that very well. The ones that don't have any amenities or, they're the ones that put the majority of the traffic on the roads anyway. It's just, I don't like the idea of trading conformity to the residential style guide in order to get commercial. That doesn't really fit. And I'm not trying to be hard, because Rastegar has by and large been a breath of fresh air as it relates to developments. I'm just, I just haven't seen this land plan here until recently, and I think that it could be, for my taste, at least in particular, to have those dense. I think your townhomes are alley loaded, which I'm appreciative of, but there's just not much else in the whole project that's alley loaded, side loaded, rear detached, ADUs, all those things that are,
ADUs are provided for within the zoning here, and so I think, as we move.
How do you have an
forward,
ADU with a front loaded garage?
Well, we do have alley loaded product as well, so. We've got 30-foot, garden home alley loaded as well as the townhomes. I think there's some 40-foot alley loaded currently as well in there, so. But you can still do an ADU in the back of a front-loaded home now.
How do you do that? Just above the garage?
Just
a part of the home?
Just a separate structure in the back.
But without a driveway?
Correct, yeah. Good granny flat.
I yield the floor. Councilmember Flores Kale.
I'm not a fan of alley-loaded garages, so I hope you make them all 60. Which is probably not going to happen, but I've never been a fan of it. That's why I live on the east side and other people live on the west side. They tried to make that in the back of our subdivision, and it didn't work out very well. So let's see how we can work around that. And with that said, I was just kind of curious how Lionheart and Rastigar got together. Because I see that Lionheart's also working in La Verde. And so I was just kind of curious how that relationship developed.
I'm an architect by trade, and Rebecca and I had worked previously in the city of Austin on a design competition and an exercise with city council in East Austin on 12th Street to kind of understand affordable housing and a mixed-use project over there. And I think that's where we initially met. And frankly, I love their work and love working with Rebecca and her team, and super talented. So it was the right fit, I think, for this project.
Okay, I agree. No, and I love this project, hands down, by far. I am super stoked, and maybe it's because I've been on that property with you guys and we've talked about it, and I've seen your sincerity and I've seen your commitment to not just the land but to the residents, and your consideration for them has been unmatched. And so I think at one point I made a comment, and I was fairly green, as Tex likes to call me. I was new, and I didn't even think when I said it, but I said something along the lines of, "Oh my God, I would live here. I love this place." And you looked at me and you're like, "Well, I can't get you a discount." And I was like, "I don't even want a discount. That's not what it was." It was like, this place is so great. I would literally move my family here. And so that's why I stand behind it, because we've walked it. You shared your ideas. The fact that you noticed an owl sitting in the tree and that you were respectful of that owl says a lot about your character. Additionally, I just had a question about who is going to pay for the school building, because it makes me nervous to think that we just had a bond for this another school building, so to have another one would be a burden on the taxpayers.
So I've been talking with Max Cleaver with Hayes ISD for a better part of 9 months, I think, about this, and they've run some studies on the area about how, when and how many schools they think are going to be needed on the east side of Kyle over here, and it's a pressing issue for them. So I believe there will be another bond probably next year that comes out. They're already approved for design in the bond, and I think the bond would approve construction. As you guys can see, this is it's a 320-acre tract, so there's going to be a lot of phasing involved. This is a long-term project. This is not something that's going to get built quickly, and I think the school will probably be on a similar path, although I think they're feeling the pressure to build new elementary schools with the growth that's happening here as quickly as possible. To Councilmember Tobias, just to comment on your question about schools and kind of the complaints you get there. In those studies that we ran for this particular elementary school, the catchment area for the elementary school would be Bunton Road to the north, or northeast, I should say, and I think Lehman to the west. So the majority of the people in that kind of area of East Kyle would now be going east instead of west, which I think is a good thing for traffic, in lieu of everybody kind of going to the west to drop off their kids. So, I mean, there'll be further development there, but that's been kind of the feedback that I've gotten from them thus far.
Okay, just to go off of that, again, when you're there, it's still one lane. And so, it takes years I understand, for these roads to get built. And if we're going to be having that to where we're going to have some of the newer development of those kids going to that elementary school, I think we're going to still end up in the same situation we have traffic overall with buses and pickup lines and cars that are going through, and then also adding the additional traffic of people trying to get home around that time. And like I said, I hate to always be that person that's always knocking the city on the development of the roads, but it is a realistic issue that goes on for our residents on that side of town, especially by Steeplechase and Lehman. It is very difficult to get out of that school at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I've been there before picking up my son at Lehman, and then there's an ambulance trying to get through, fire truck, and it just takes forever. And those are just my concern, because again, public safety is something that is a top priority for me. And then also listening to the residents whenever they get into these situations. So those are just the concerns that I have, because those roads are still farm roads, and y'all been out there, y'all seen it, they're all still farm roads. And so just imagine adding 500 more cars out there, and just additional buses and other vehicles there. It's just a big concern that I know that some of the residents will show later on. That's all it is. Thank you.
Councilmember Rizzo.
Yeah, I kind of see the concerns that Councilmember Tobias has, but one of the things we keep in mind is that we already have those buses. Those kids are traveling forever to get to the schools because there's no schools near them. So one of the nice things of having a school there is now they're traveling less. You're putting less congestion on those roadways. And even though we're adding houses, they're going there. The new PAPs that we have coming forward might bring the kids from those neighborhoods to the high school on the new PAPs as well, alleviating some of that with some of our electric vehicles as well. So something to keep in mind as we're moving forward. But I think it's a great project. I'm not a fan of alley loaded either. I can't stand alley loaded, to tell you the truth. But yeah, it's just one of those things. I love the 40-foot lots. Anything smaller than that, probably be saying no to. But I think this is a good project. As far as the traffic, we're starting somewhere, and the upgrades you're doing to the roadways in that area are going to help in the future, especially as we bring back our plans and the future road projects. And like you're saying, this isn't going to happen tomorrow. It's going to take a little bit of time. So hopefully that we'll have, as a city, we can do our part and get those roadways up there as well. So we'll see what the voters say. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this kind of a project in this area, because I think it's been long overdue. We just show that every part of the city matters to us when we're designing projects, and that this project right here is going to bring some amenities to the city, a grocery store, bring more items to them where they don't have to drive, to help alleviate that traffic, not having to drive 7 miles to HEB, so it's going to help. So thank you.
Sure. Councilmember Ellison.
Perfect timing, Train. No, well, I've got a few thoughts, and I certainly appreciate my colleagues and the thoughtfulness that they put into these items. And I would second some of the comments that were made. I appreciated the meeting we had, and I second the passion and certainly the integrity that you and your team put forward in this project. I think that I certainly understand Councilmember Tobias's concerns with the roads as they are now, and I would be concerned as he is as well if it weren't for that we have invested. We voted on funding to engineer and get these roads to where we want them to be. Obviously, the final say will be with the voters, but there is a legitimate plan in place to improve the road infrastructure in that area. And Rasgar has been a part of in those conversations and certainly the other developments in the area. And I think that's what gives me a lot of vote of confidence in bringing something out there. I want to make a comment real quick, because we all know this. We hear the East versus West Side conversations all the time, and the West Side gets all these different things and projects and things. And what I tell people when I have those conversations individually or small groups is that a large part of the reason why that happens is because we don't have developers on our east side that are willing to raise the bar and do what we have been able to have the relationships with the development community on the west side of town. And so it takes those developers wanting to not just meet the bar and maybe shimmy over it, but really exceed it and blow past that. And I think a lot of the public doesn't see and understand that aspect of this. And I think Rastegar has been doing everything they can to attempt and meet that. And you're right, Lionheart was actually our master planner for all of the brick and mortar district, not just La Verde, and that we've had a great relationship with them and process with them. So I think, you know, we have found a seemingly like a great partner in Rastegar and Lionheart and the teams that they are working with. I think we have a solid plan in place for improving the road infrastructure in that area. I certainly understand the concerns, certainly with the school and different things like that, and I appreciate the conversations y'all are having with the school district on that. But these are the things that I think are the challenges that we have faced in the past and where we stumbled. But with this one, I feel like there is a greater plan in place to address a lot of the issues that typically happen. And I know the mayor made the comment of the chicken or the egg type of thing. That is befuddled councils upon councils upon councils over and over and trying to figure that out. But this is how you get those things done. And we are stepping forward with an even greater opportunity with the TERS as well. And so, so those are my thoughts on that. And just to finish up my thoughts, you know, I know there's folks all over the dais, obviously, on alley loaded and things like that. I will make this comment, and it kind of goes back to the trails point earlier. When you have a plan and you don't put certain things in it, we are in these cities temporarily. I know y'all hear me say that all the time. And so if you don't have it in the plan, that's what the longevity is. That's what outlasts all of us. And so that's why I like to see certain things in a plan. I happen to be a big fan of the residential style guide because I was on P&Z when we created it, and then I became on council and things like that. So that would outlive in my time here, and that was my mark on something that I felt like was beneficial to the city. And so that's what I've just to give a little point back to my trails comment. That's why you put things in there, to make sure they're solidified in there, because you don't know how long you'll be in these seats in order to influence that. But you know, I think the mayor's comments, though, I would listen to those very strongly. I happen to agree with him on a lot of what he said as far as that, and kind of working on that with those certain products. But you all have shown every bit of willingness to want to be great partners, want to build a development on our east side, and to have a lot of pride and some amenities over there and a quality of life over there that really we are lacking. And that comes a lot with building that partnership with developers that are willing to go above and beyond. And so I thank you for that. I know we still have more work to do, but I just wanted to kind of say that publicly, and I appreciate the continued effort on it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councilmember Bradshaw.
So I actually had a few questions and comments earlier, but they were already asked and answered, and I was just sitting with my hand up. So thank you for calling me. But questions have already been answered.
Well, I'll say my parting piece on the residential style guide. So I know it may be nice to hear a couple council members say they don't agree with aspects of the residential style guide, but that is an adopted and approved council policy. Do not like hearing that you did not meet that standard because of cost measures, so that you can make some other site, some other part of the site better. So I don't consider that meeting standard. That said, you know, I guess this is what's been proposed. So we're gonna throw out what that style guide says. I think you might find different opinions on alley loaded when you talk about long straight streets with nothing but 40-foot lots. You know, a garage is half that. So you're talking mostly garage is all you see. Garage that no one parks in, and they use as storage. And so you want to talk about a wild site, go down here in 5 years when that's done and go look down that long straight street on a Sunday afternoon when everyone's watching the game. It's like a Walmart parking lot. There's no sense of place when you're talking about 40-foot wide lots that are all front loaded. So hopefully the other elements of the residential style guide as it relates to articulation, how much of the front facade can be garage dominated, and all of those are going to be adhered to. But I kind of have to ask now, because if you're not going to make them alley loaded, is the plan still to follow all the other elements like, articulations and
Yeah, I don't
various
think we
other
haven't
things?
varied from the rest of the style guide. I think it's just the 40-foot lots that vary from that. We did ask for a couple of additional materials that could be used, primarily metal and wood, which we think would kind of match with what we're trying to do in the barbecue and brewery area. But other than that, we're not varying from the residential style guide. There are setbacks and things that we're asking for in terms of the zoning, but not the style guide.
Okay. Councilor Ellison.
Well, and I certainly, I hear your point. I think I was talking about the totality of the project, but certainly when it comes to the residential style guide, I know the setbacks, we talked about that, but I think the mayor caught some really great points on that. Would there be any objection on your end from if we were to take a couple weeks to crack at this again and see if there are some additional changes we can do to additionally meet the spirit of the style guide when it comes to those alley lighted projects, or is this?
We've been working on this with you guys for a long time, so I think we're trying to do what's right for everybody. So I don't see an issue if we need to kind of work through the 40 and 50-foot lots in the residential style guide. What's 2 more weeks and a year and a half, to be honest. So absolutely, we'd be willing to work through some of that.
Thank you.
Councilor Rizzo.
And I wasn't implying that we don't follow style guide. I just wanted to make my piece on a product that I'm not a fan of. But, and the reason why is that 7 days a week you can go down those streets and you can't get through them because there's cars in the front yards, parked in the front streets. So yeah, so it's definitely a reason why I'm not a fan of those, because it's hard to drive through those streets when you have, instead of people parking in their rear garages, they're parked along the front of their streets. That's the reason I'm not a fan of that, but it looks like a clutter. Looks like a parking lot all through it. But that's the reason I'm not a fan of them. But yeah, definitely follow the
Hang on, so you're saying if it's alley loaded, it's like a parking lot in the front, and if it's not alley loaded, it's like a parking lot in the front?
Yeah. It's
Either way?
There's not a lose-lose. I mean, you're going to lose either way. I mean, people aren't going to use their garages no matter what.
Right. I agree with that.
I guess the only answer is autonomous vehicles.
Golf carts?
Golf carts?
Let's bring it all the way back.
Yeah.
We have friendly debates up here, so it's great. But you've got a great product. Thank you for the other 2 weeks to hash through this. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for y'all's patience.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
Well, this item has a public hearing, so, my suggestion would be to move it to the second reading, or I guess we could leave the public hearing open if you want to just not take a vote. But, my commentary wasn't intended to necessarily to delay votes. I'd like to see it brought back for second reading either way. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, you guys can't see me, so I have my hand up. I do have one question. What percentage again of the 35 to 45 lots are is it total this project? What's the overall percentage?
So we actually have a minimum allocation of 12% for the detached alley load, 35 to 45 foot, and then there's no max allocation on that one. However, there are a number of other minimum allocations that would, kind of put a cap on it.
Well, I'm glad that Councilmember Ellison brought up postponing for a couple weeks to try to comply more with the style guide, because that's what it would have cost me to vote against it.
So to the mayor's point, is it possible to, continue to the second reading with the anticipation that we might make some changes, to the style guide variations?
So I do have a preference on that. Before I make that state that preference, would it be okay if we receive your presentation, if you could send that to staff? And
sure.
So staff could send
Absolutely.
that to us. So I like this. I like you people, but I try to be consistent. And my consistency on this is not to vote and take things to second reading, and rather work on them and truly get them to where we want to be, rather than kind of moving the ball, inching it forward, and then there's just a lot of things that could happen. I've seen that. And so I think we're willing to come in good faith and try to work with you all on that. But my preference would be to suspend the vote at least for another couple weeks to our first October meeting.
Paige, this item has a public hearing. It's been opened and closed. Do we need to reopen it and leave it open, or is it in order to reconsider this for first reading at our next meeting?
You do not have to have first reading tonight. You can postpone second reading till the next week or so, up to a month if you need it.
Say that again.
You don't need to reopen the public hearing. You don't have to have first reading on the same night as the public hearing.
Okay.
So you can postpone first reading.
Okay. All right, well, I'll move. Do you want us to bring it back to a date certain, or do you want to work on it and then bring it back?
I mean, we'd love to be on the October 5th agenda as well, so if that works, that gives us 2
I'm
weeks.
just saying if we make a motion to put it on October 5th, it has to come October 5th regardless of where you're at in the process.
I think we can move quickly as long as we can get feedback from you guys quickly, so, how much time do we have to make that decision, I guess? In other words, do we need to make the decision that it's on the October 5th agenda now, or does that have to happen the week before?
If we make a vote now to put it on October 5th, it locks you in. If you don't, then there's some latitude, but it can be brought back. The intention is for it to be brought back.
Okay.
And we
I
said,
mean, I think we
it
can
just
still
means that
be
if you
on
were
the-
still working on it, and you have
Yeah.
a follow-up meeting, we could potentially push it, but
Yeah.
that'd be a collaborative thing.
Okay.
And we
Let's
set
leave
the
the
agenda.
flexibility.
We set the agenda September 30th for that October 5th meeting.
Okay.
So not it's all the way through October 5th.
So we have a week to decide if we'll be on the 5th or not, more or less.
It goes fast, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Well,
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, then we're just gonna move on from this item. We're gonna need,
Can I make a motion that we move some agenda items, the 8 items that we've had from our previous meeting, up to the next set agenda items? Make a motion to move up agenda item 19 and then 21 through 27 next.
well, that's not something you motion in second in between items. I was just about to suggest we take a short break, so.
Okay, well, there are 8 items from multiple weeks ago. I would like to address those earlier in the evening than later in the evening.
All right, well, let's take a break. We've been going at it pretty hard. We'll reconvene at 10 o'clock and we can discuss that. Back to order at 10:04. The Councilman Ellison, the items that you're wanting to move up, I think we can move some of them up, but it's pretty much set up in a way where, trying to get through the items that I know we have folks here for as best as we can. The next item, COP 57, has 3 presenters ready to go, so I wouldn't want to put them further back related to other council priority items, but we have some, at least 2 or 3 more that are important that we have folks here for. So I'm prepared to stay and try to get through all this too. I don't really know about order, but the majority of these things are important, so.
And I completely agree. And my only point is those items, some of them are from a month ago, and we have people here as well looking to present. The Granite Shoals presenters here. There's other people that I know are following online with the other agenda items. They may not be physically here, but every agenda item is important to somebody.
I agree with that.
And so those things have been pushed off, and some of these conversations, I don't want to have it midnight and 1 in the morning on some of these things. And I get it, and I get they're here to do their thing as well. But there are folks waiting to move through these things and for us to talk about these things. And these are just from past agendas. And that is really my point here, is that these things would have been addressed before. We didn't get to do them that night because it was 1 in the morning. We didn't get to do them because we didn't have a quorum the next day. And it's just, I want to, like I said, those things are important to people as well, and there's people following it. If we want to do 14 for those 3 presenters and have them do that and then pick up it, but I just.
So you're proposing, which one is which are the ones you're wanting to put?
The 8 that we have postponed, so that's 19 and then 21 through 27.
I agree. In fact, I sent an email to Paige and Scott and told them that I was concerned regarding a potential Texas Open Meetings Act violation. Because I said during the last council meeting, council was advised that any recess of a meeting would have to meet again in good faith, with any leftover items being resumed within a certain amount of time. And we voted unanimously for 24 hours. Some council members who voted to resume the next day failed to show up to the council meeting, and the quorum was not met. After review of the agenda scheduled for September 21st, I told him that I noticed that you're pushing some of those items from the postponed meeting yet again to the end of the agenda. And in Councilmember Ellison's case, it had been 2 meetings since the number 24's postponement.
You should see the record. It's much, much longer than 2 meetings for items to get postponed. But I do understand. We're not in the middle of an item right now, though, so this isn't really a debate, discussion, certainly not an opportunity to make speeches, but we're just.
It was a request.
Yeah.
Well, we are all entitled to our opinion and to make a speech and to do whatever we feel like as council members that we want to voice ourselves.
You do very much think that that's the case. That is not always the case. You're not entitled to do whatever you want.
I'm
as a
not, you're
council
right.
member.
I'm not, and because you said so, I'm not.
Well, let's take up 14, and then we'll move through the others. The 3 at the end, we need to get the actual contracts and those things first, but we can take up some of those other items as well. So I'm going to bring up agenda item number 14, consideration and possible action on request to waive the value to lien ratio in the city's PID policy for the Kyle 57 project. Mr. Earp.
Mayor, council, for the record, James Earp, Assistant City Manager. The consultants are certainly here, so I'm not going to belabor the point. The request is actually very simple. When we created our PID policy, we established a 3-to-1 lien ratio that limits the amount of bonds that can be issued until the valuations on the project are higher. Because of the size of Kyle 57, it's only 57 acres, hence the name, they're in a position where if we hold that tight, the requirement, then they would have to do a second bond issuance for like $800,000 later. And then you have all the cost of the bond issuance on top of it. So they have a proposal, since there's real cost to them if they have to do 2 issuances. They're proposing that if you allow them to waive the 3-to-1 requirement, and we have John Snyder here for PID, and we have the bond folks, and we have the developer all here to be able to answer your questions. But if they're able to do that, they can offset some of the costs by contributing more dollars toward the bearing of the overhead communication lines, right? And they only have to do 1 bond issuance at that point in time, and then shortly after they get things building, they'll have the valuation on the ground that they need. So that's the short of it.
So how much closer does this get them to the full amount that we need?
It is the full amount, effectively, because they estimated it to be $1 million. So now they have the $500,000, which was in the original PID proposal, and by saving the extra issuance dollars and being able to do it up front, they can contribute another $500,000 and make it $1 million.
Is that something that's going to be codified with this vote?
Yes, and that's certainly the PID. The next piece is the PAF and everything else that has to be approved, and that's when all the list of all the improvements will be. Right, John?
Right, the bid finance agreement.
Yep. But that's basically it. So I'll turn it over to them and let y'all answer any or ask any questions that you may have for them.
Mayor and Council, Daniel McElrath with Milestone Community Builders, a developer on the project. As James said, the ask here is a slight waiver on that 3-to-1 value to lien. By doing that, we have enough eligible improvements already in the bond to support an extra $600,000 in the bond par, which would get us to about an extra $500,000. It would make up that total of $1 million that we are estimating the cost to be to go towards bearing those telecoms along 150 while we're building the project, and having the ability to do that rather than having to wait and the city have to, put I think at one point there was consideration of a CIP bond in place to help generate the funds to bury the telecoms along all of 150. So it would allow us to generate the additional funds needed to bury those telecoms in front of our property while we're constructing the subdivision improvements on our property. I'm happy to answer any additional questions that y'all have.
Any questions for the applicant? Councilor Rizzo.
You're talking about the improvements on 150. One of the things that I've gotten back from the residents is that any improvements going on 150 usually aren't improved. So the conditions around there, the fencings that are getting pushed around with some of the work being done from the private, alongside the homes of the private residents, grass not going back in, things like that. Anything that we do along 150, I want to make sure we go back and we finalize planting grass, whatever it is, that we're required to do.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Councilmember Rizzo, their stretch, they own everything, so there isn't any folks I know you and I talked about this particular issue, and that's the Anthem water line that's on the other side of the road. But in their particular case, it's their property, they own it, so there shouldn't be any people that are affected, and they would have to revegetate and do the normal stuff.
I was going to say vegetation still, because when you're coming into the city, that's still one of our gateways, so making sure that we take care of those improved surfaces is important.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Flores Kell.
All right, thank you. So in the letter, it says you're requesting a one-time waiver of the city's 3-to-1 value lien. So my question would be, there's no an attachment to this, so what is the value to lien that you guys want to ask
So the value to lien on this, and it's if you include the additional $500,000 to get to the bond par, $600,000 to the bond par, that value to lien becomes 2.35 to 1. And what I can say is we get that value to lien back up to 3 to 1 very quickly. We would need to have approximately under 10 homes vertical to get that value to lien back up to 3 to 1 on the project. And because of what we've been able to work out with city staff, we have a prairie building plan in place that actually is allowing us to build 20 homes simultaneously to our subdivision improvements that allow us to have those homes completed when our subdivision improvements are completed as well. And so the timeline on that is in the range of 9 to 10 months, and we'll have more than the 10 homes necessary to achieve that 3 to 1 value to lien constructed and in place and ready to close to customers, close to homeowners.
Thank you. How does this affect us, the city? So is this something we should be asking Perez? Like, what happens if it defaults?
I think that's probably a question that may be suited to John.
Mayor Council, John Snyder with P3 Works. We're the city's PID administrator. So as was mentioned, the city's PID policy is 3 to 1. This would take it down to 2.35. And Trip Davenport with FMS Bonds, he can talk to what that would mean from an underwriting perspective. But what's important to understand is the value to lien is you're looking at the value of the lots as complete. So if they have all finished lots, then you've got, in this case, the math's a little tough to do in my head, but 2.35. So if it's the value would have to decrease by at least half for the lot to be worth less than the outstanding bond at a 2.35. And even then, the debt doesn't accelerate. So that if there's a $10,000 lien on a piece of property, it'd be a less than $1,000 annual payment. And so somebody would have to walk away from that lot for less than $1,000 payment when the lot was probably valued at close to $25,000 in this case. So even the 2.35, we have done deals in that neighborhood or even slightly lower. 3 to 1 is a city policy, so that's why everything we've prepared to date and everything we've done is at the 3 to 1 so that it's consistent with the city policy until we get direction from y'all saying we want to deviate. That's the direction we're going, and that's why we're here tonight, is to make sure that y'all, if you want to give us that direction, we can do it. But up until now, everything, all the SAPs, everything we've drafted have been with the 3 to 1.
But PID bonds are non-recourse to the city, not a part of our books.
Correct.
Not city debt.
So then my question would be, why is it important that we give them permission to do the less than 3 to 1 if the city's not affected?
So the city, it doesn't directly impact the city's debt or bonding capacity, but at the end of the day, they are a city of Kyle bonds. So we do want to be diligent and careful. We don't want to have, there is headline risk. We don't want to have bonds go in default, and we're reading in the paper that City of Kyle issued bonds that they didn't do their due diligence on. So that's really what we're trying to do, is protect the city's interest.
All right. Well, my only fear that I have is that there has been a shortage of supplies. And so if you're telling me that you guys at least need 10 homes, that doesn't seem like much at all. But I know a lot of subdivisions have completely stopped building because they don't have any supplies. So that's the reason for all my questions. I just want to make sure that we're covering ourselves as a city and our residents.
I'd like to make a motion to approve, subject to the developer entering into an agreement in writing to bear the full cost of burying the lines.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilman Rizzo. Is there any discussion on the motion? Do you clear what I meant by that? So in other words, you'll have your approval, but you do have to get in writing with the city that you're going to bury the lines with the extra proceeds.
For the portion of our property facing 150.
Yeah, what James said.
Okay.
So,
Yes, sir.
does that sound okay?
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
And Mayor, for the record, that same information that you requested will also be in the PAF that council will also have to accept.
Okay, thank you.
We have one more person in the audience. Are they waiting on agenda?
Granite Shoals, which one's that? You ready to hop around a little with this, Jennifer? All right. Yeah, if there's no objection, I'm going to bring up agenda item number 24. Consider a request from the South Lake Ranch HOA to remove no parking signs in Granite Shoals. Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. So this agenda item I sponsored per the request of the South Lake Ranch HOA. Just a little back history. The council approved to put up no parking signs and created an ordinance to govern in South Lake Ranch. And they've been up for at least a year or so now, 2 years. Time flies. And so I was approached about how to get some of the signs removed. And I told them that it'd be the same process as they did before in requesting the signs to be put there in the first place. And I believe she's still on the HOA board. Brandy Heindel came and gave a presentation 2 years ago to council. And they surveyed their residents. They showed us data and information that they did to poll their residents, and the majority of them said that they wanted them and on the various streets that we put them. So that was, if I may speak for council back then, that was by and large what moved the council to put the signs there. And I told them that I don't think that the council would remove any without the same kind of due diligence that was done to get them put there. And so Mr. Aaron Marchand is here to present. He's the president of the HOA here at the South Lake Ranch subdivision. And I'll open the floor to him.
Thank you, Dex. Thank you, everybody. I'll be honest, the presentation is very different than it was before. We don't have as much data because of COVID. I don't have anything to provide as to why traffic is different, other than, for this specific street, it is not a through street in any way, shape, or form. There's no other residents that have to get to their homes going through our street, through Granite Shoals specifically. And so 15 of the 22 residents want those signs removed from that street. Since school has been back in session, we have not had any problems with parking in that general area. Granted, again, the street signs are up, right? How do you prove a negative? So I'm at a much bigger disadvantage here than my predecessor when presenting anything. However, as I said, of the 22 residents on Granite Shoals Drive specifically, 15 of them do want the signs down. And I actually do have signatures if you needed signatures. I know Dex told me that that wasn't necessarily necessary, but I can provide those to you if you need them. And that's all I have. Any questions?
We get to reuse the signs?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, certainly. I'll say this, I understand, Mr. Marchand, we're in a different place and time than we were 2 years ago, but you obviously were able to get the number of 15 out of 22. And I think it would have been prudent of you to have been able to show council that that is the request. And I'm not saying we don't take your word or anything like that you're not a trustworthy person, but I think that's what compelled council last time with Brandy's presentation, is she had so much data for us to consume and then make our decision on. So I have to say I'm a little disappointed that that isn't the case tonight, because I think if you, I guess I must have missed that on the signature part. I don't know, maybe because I think that does help show, that if there are 22 residents on there and 15 out of the 22, that's obviously a significant number in the majority requesting that, and I think that's compelling. But without that information, it's a little tough, because I have been reading the message boards, I've been on Nextdoor, and the frustration and complaints that people have been hearing through the winds that we're going to remove the signs, and we were planning on doing that, and I'm like, there has been no such discussion of that. And I went on those message boards and said as such, that there has been no discussion on that. So I don't know where that is coming from. And that's the tough thing about things like this, is once one narrative gets out there, no matter how much fact is in that or not, that tends to be the story, because it was the first narrative put out there. And so I'll certainly let council have at it on this, but I will say I'm a little disappointed that we don't have the data to consider, just like we did 2 years ago on making a decision about this, because we knew that it was a temporary solution, and the school district needed to do something about their students and stuff like that. And I know they have made some significant strides in improving that. And I can imagine, how cumbersome and it may be with those signs. Do you live on that street, Mr. Michorn? Okay. And so, yeah.
And since those signs were put up, like you said, the school has made a significant difference. They actually cut through the concrete, so that way students can actually get through both exits and entrances, which also made a difference on Button Creek. So in general, we've seen, and again, it's hard to say this because we didn't have any in-person school last year, right? But so far this year, though traffic has been bad, it was definitely better than it was in 2019 before everything got shut down for COVID. So again, how to quantify bad, I can't tell you how many cars travel that road every day or every morning to quantify that specifically, but.
Councilman Rizzo.
So I remember when this was brought forward to council, I was on council at the time. This was because of the parking issue. This wasn't about true traffic or anything else. This was because the students were parking there. And the reason they were parking there is to get around, not having to pay for a parking place, or maybe not being completely compliant with some of the school rules. So that's the reason that the kids were parking over there, gave them a place to park and not have to pay for it on the lot, or the lot was too full and they didn't have enough parking spaces for students. So my concern is that we're going to remove these signs. If we move that way, remove these signs, you're going to be back here a month later asking us to put them back up because there's no parking. That's my big concern, because it was, I remember the residents coming out here and they were like, help, please, because it was that bad. And what I don't want to be going back and forth on this. If you bring forward the signatures, everything else, as a council member, I'm not going back down that road.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're not going to be using our resources from the city to take them up, take them down, put them up, put them down. So really think hard about what you're asking, because once it's done, if it gets done, it's not going to get done again, because we're not going to be going back and forth. Because I remember the residents at that time really coming in here and having a legitimate complaint. I remember talking about a person that was handicapped not being able to get out of their home. Just make sure you know what you're asking before we move forward.
Oh, and absolutely. And keep in mind, this again is just for the street of Granite Shoals Drive.
Yeah.
Because Lake Washington, Lake Washington is even still a problem just for parents picking their students up, right? Every single day, even with the no parking signs, the parents line up down Lake Washington. Lake Washington is still a problem and remains a problem. That's why Lake Washington is not a part of this. However, as I said, Granite Shoals Drive is not a through street. There's nothing to do on Granite Shoals Drive, and we didn't have a parking problem there to begin with.
Okay.
So part of the reason why those signs ever got put up on Granite Shoals to begin with was it was a homeowners association vote with people who did not live on that street. Since then, we're now 2 years later, and the residents of that street have a problem with it, which is why, as I said, 15 of the 22 homes have specifically
And
signed.
can I ask you what the problem is with it? What is the problem they have with that, the signs?
Well, for example, I'll use mine. It's the easiest one. I have two very large trucks. Very large trucks. And actually, you and I talked about this a while ago. You put my two very large trucks in the driveway, and then you put my cars in the driveway, and I now go to the very edge of the driveway, which apparently I don't own. Some of my driveway is city property, right? That small easement. Well, now I'm getting tickets from code compliance because I'm 3 feet past on my driveway. So where does that, I can't just sell my truck to live at my house.
Why not?
We've got, yeah, it's like, what am I supposed to do there? We have other residents, well, actually, they all have trucks. I hate to tell you, at this point, the majority of them have trucks. The family right across the street from me, they have 3 kids that all drive, plus the 2 adults that drive. 5 cars, 1 driveway, it just doesn't happen, right? So they try, they do their best, but they usually have to use a neighbor's driveway. So back before I had, 4 vehicles, they'd use my driveway or their other neighbor's driveway. We've got many families with multiple drivers in the house. And so again, at this point, for a street that never had a parking problem to begin with, to have no parking signs, when we do have a problem being able to fit all of our vehicles, that's where the problem comes in.
What kind of trucks are you talking about? Are you talking about pickup trucks or are you talking about commercial trucks?
I have a Ram 2500 long bed quad cab with grills on it. And then I've got a F350 long bed quad cab dually. We're talking about very big pickups.
Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with pickups. I'm a pickup guy. I'm a country boy, I promise you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be insulting, just trying to, explain the sheer massive size of the trucks.
Definitely. So, yeah, definitely. So, yeah, I was just wondering, I was making sure that this wasn't coming forward, maybe somebody trying to park their vehicles, their commercial vehicles in a residential area or something like that. That's the reason for my question.
Oh, absolutely.
Just to make sure, making sure that it's for personal vehicles, not for a commercial vehicle. That was the reason I was alluding to that. But, yeah, definitely I would come back with more. For my sake, I'm not talking for council. For myself, I'd like to see more. I'd like to see a couple more residents here as well because, like I tell you, this was a vote that we took and the people were very passionate about it. So I'd love to see that same passion come back if we're going to remove them.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate it, though.
Councilmember Flores Kell.
Thank you. I guess I'm just curious with the other did you talk to the other 7 people? And if you did, what did they say?
I knocked on doors. So I went knocking on doors. There were a couple of people I did not get to talk to, and there were a couple of people who said no, that they want the street signs to remain. There was actually only specifically 2 people I talked to who did want the street signs to remain. And then there were, 5, the math, 5 other people who did not answer, or they were not home or what have you.
So just 2 negatives. Yeah.
Just two actual active people who told me no.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, sir. Okay, yeah, this is in my area. And we did have our conversation. And, I did go back and did research. I actually got with a former council member, Daphne Tenorio, on this as well, because I wanted the history. I wanted the whole story about what it was. And it was because of the students, and there was a huge petition that came out. And yes, we did have the conversation, and yes, I understand that right now school is not as in motion as because of COVID. But then again, when it does get back to normal again, what are we going to do then as well? Are we going to put the signs back up? Because it seemed like, not to put you on the spot, you're saying that, students were parking in the area and it was not so much there, but now we're saying that it has to do with vehicles that are getting ticketed. So is that the real issue, or is it just because the people on Granite Shoals feels like, hey, there was never a problem from the beginning. And going back to Council Member Flores' question, Lake Washington has signs, correct? What have they been saying? What are, if we take those signs down on your street, are they going to come back and say, hey, we want our signs removed as well? Because I have been getting emails about them hearing something on social media, and I've had at least 2 residents already very, very concerned saying, please do not take these signs down. Please do not. They've been hearing something on social media about us doing that, and I had to reassure one person, I had to call them and calm them down, saying, right now we don't have anything. It has been brought forward until just recently when it's been put on the agenda. So again, if we were to go this route once more, we've got to have the ammunition, or we've got to have the documentation to say, hey, look, we're reversing what it is. And then once it's done, we don't want to be going back and forth. Because the school's going to eventually get back in session again.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be full going. And so are we going to see ourselves a year from now or 2 years from now with even more traffic, like I've been saying before, or are we going to have the same issue later on?
Understood. And as I said, even when traffic was in full swing, Granite Shoals didn't have a parking issue. So that was, Lake Washington does, Town Lake Bend does. And that's why they're not, because as you said, so far, not a single resident has asked to remove the signs on either one of those streets. And in fact, now again, turnout has been extremely low to HOA meetings. In fact, our last meeting did not have a single resident show up. So I don't have a whole lot of people telling me that they want signs down other than Granite Shoals Drive. So, in fact, I have not had a single resident other than Granite Shoals Drive come to me. And this whole thing started with about 6 residents coming to me asking for the signs to come down. I said, hey, that's a city thing. This is something that we would need to take up with the city. And then more came forward, and then I went knocking on doors, because after that, I talked to Dex, and it's like, well, we need to have some sort of proof, but signatures may not be necessary, but that's the only proof that I have to provide. So that's why I went knocking on doors.
So, once again, like I said, maybe I missed the signature part, but I specifically said, Brandy Heindel's presentation, yes, that's what you should follow. And that is what she brought forward. She brought forward a lot of data and that information. I know I specifically hammered on that point.
Yes.
And I'm going to say you missed that point. And so I also purposely made this agenda item for you all to own this. You just said, that's a city thing. Well, that's exactly what we're trying to avoid. This is not a city thing. This is the HOA of South Lake Ranch requesting this. And this is specifically why Granite Shoals was the only street named on this, because exactly what Councilmember Tobias is talking about. Those same emails he's getting, I've seen those comments, I've gotten those emails as well, and people are concerned. And this is, in my opinion, you all have to own this. Do y'all want the signs gone? Then show us that your residents want the signs gone. And if you feel the only way that can be done is through signatures, then by golly, bring the signatures.
Okay.
Need any more feedback?
No, I just didn't know if there was any more questions.
Anybody have any more questions, comments?
Just a final comment, just come prepared next time, and if you can bring some more residents from your street, be great as well. And, pictures help as well. Presentation will help as well, so we know what we're looking at. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to go over there and take a look at the street. Schedule's been pretty busy, but anything you can bring forward, it'd be great. All right?
Absolutely. Will do. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, we have a couple other items with presenters. So that's 16, 17, 20, and 21. So that's half of last week's and half this week's. But if there are no objections, I'll take those 4 up next. All right, next up, agenda item number 16, discussion and possible action to approve employee insurance plans and authorize the city manager to execute any and all documents for implementation of the plan. Sandra Duran, I think we also have Brett Bowers online.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Sandra Duran for the record. The city went for bid for employee benefits due to our current provider was increasing the premium significantly. The city reviewed several competitive quotes, and we are recommending that the city switch its insurance provider from United provider to United Healthcare Company, option 2 in the information packet that you've received. The UHC proposal provides the best pricing option for the city because of continuance overall in the medical plan coverage, least amount of out-of-pocket expenses for our employees. It maintains the coverage as close as possible to the existing city plan. It still generates cost savings for the city, which helps us maintain the same level in the current medical plan, and will create the least financial impact and minimal reduction in plan coverage for our employees. Do we have any questions? And I do have Brett Bowers from Hub, and he assisted with us going out to market.
Brett, do you have anything you want to add?
No, sir, other than the fact that we did do a comprehensive RFP and we did cover the market. So is Atkinson, United, Humana, Blue Cross, TML, Mutual of Omaha. There's probably 30 different companies that we did solicit on behalf of the city of Kyle. And United Healthcare was by far the best partner. And I do know that it would benefit the city as far as their budget, and also benefit the employees as far as their out-of-pocket costs.
Thank you, Brett. Does anybody have any questions for staff? Councilmember Flores Kale.
Thank you. Sandra, can you please tell us what the greatest gain will be by switching?
The greatest gain would be providing copays for our employees. They've been wanting copays for the longest time. And keeping the deductible low, like we have it right now at $250, and staying with the same network that we have. Right now, currently with TML, we have United Healthcare. They will be switching to Blue Cross Blue Shield. So in continuing in that sense will provide the biggest benefits for our employee continuity.
All right, thank you. And what would be the greatest loss?
The greatest loss would be going out of network. So if the employee's not smart and not shopping where they're supposed to, and they go out of network, it is going to hurt a little bit more. But, we will continue pushing that. The network is big, so there's no reason to shop out of network.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just touching on a part of it, now ensuring the family, that price is going to drop quite a bit, correct?
Well, we're going to work with the numbers to make sure it does drop, but all the numbers right now show that it is a decrease.
That's great. So hopefully a lot of the employees can now insure their spouses and their kids. It'd be great.
Yes.
Cool.
We also, staff is discussing that maybe possibly do a self-insured plan where we'd be able to offer more things for our family members.
Thank you.
Is there a specific motion you're looking for from us?
Yes, if you can, Paige, okay, if you can help me with the motion, is it to switch to United Healthcare Provider effective January 1st, or do we do, is she in there?
She's coming.
Yeah, I am. I was looking at the agenda item. So the agenda language serves you well for motion language. It authorizes the approving the new insurance plan with, I would name the specific insurance plan and company, and the effective date of when it will begin.
January 1st.
And authorize city manager to execute any and all documents to implement the plan and to switch from your current insurance provider to the new insurance provider.
That's a mouthful. Does anybody want to give it a shot?
So it'd be United Healthcare Company, whoever wants to repeat that. Effective January 1st, 2022.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 16 and to authorize the city manager to switch insurance providers to
United
Healthcare
Company.
Effective January 1st. Moved by the mayor,
And
seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Go ahead, Paige.
And I've got one question. Sandra, do they need to specify which of the United plans is being chosen?
Option 2.
I'd like to amend that motion to include option 2. Is that agreeable to the second? All right, so the motion is to take the United Healthcare option 2, effective January 1st. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councilor Tobias.
I just have one real quick. When it comes to prescription medications, it looks like there might be a cost decrease for any medications versus the old? Or is it going to be the same?
There's a cost decrease where if it's a preferred generic, well, that stays the same, $10. There's a decrease if it's a preferred brand by $5. But the biggest one is a specialty drugs. It's going from 100 to 70.
There you go. Thank you very much. I wanted to make sure people knew that we're doing our best to make sure the employees of the city of Kyle get the best health care and prescriptions. So appreciate that very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Brett.
Thank you.
All right, next we're going to go to 17, then we'll go 20 and 21. Next up, agenda item 17, authorize execution of a 12-month professional services agreement with Catalyst Commercial for consulting fees not to exceed the amount of $25,000 to provide services related to the activation of key mixed-use areas within the city of Kyle for a period from September 1st of this year through August 30th of next year. Diana Torres.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Diana Torres, Director of Economic Development, for the record. As the mayor just stated, I'm here before you to ask for authorization for the Catalyst contract. We discussed this contract during budget workshops where we were mostly focused on retail recruitment at the time. We have since lost our planning director, as you all know, and we have really needed to focus on identifying highest and best use of different areas throughout the community because of requests that we're getting, requests that the planning department is getting, and so on and so forth. They have already completed a community tour with BGK. They are working on the trail standards to add to the future land use. They met with the Caraways to jumpstart calibration of ownership and city goals for a destination gateway that integrates into the trails. They have coordinated or are working on coordinating with Pollo Loco and end users to activate the trails and set up a coordinated and sustainable development framework. They're evaluating our current land use strategy and activation for the Bullock Track and coordinating land use and activation strategy for Word Place.
All right, thank you, Diana. Jason, I'm trying to figure out what your background is, just so you know.
Oh, yeah, he's still with us.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions for Diana or for Mr. Claunch? Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Thank you. I see this is in reference to Vibe, which we just passed, so I'm kind of confused. So when it says $25,000, this is going to be a one-time, or will you keep coming back and asking more to increase? Like, what does it cover? Does it cover everything?
It would be for a not to exceed 25,000. So we have basically, they're billing hourly, and so we're keeping track of until they hit 25,000.
Do you know what their hourly rate is?
Jason? We can't hear you, Jason.
You're muted.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. So our hourly rate, depends on various staff. Our hourly rate is $300, but our staff is also at a rate of $200 and $150, and I believe that's stated in the contract as well.
Okay, I guess my concern is this something that can be done within a comprehensive plan? Like, why are we going outside of our city to figure out what we want inside our city when we have a...
Yeah, part of our...
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt
okay.
you. There's a little bit of delay. part of our scope and role will be meeting with some of the property owners and then essentially bringing our information back to the city council in a workshop and working with staff and Diana and Scott to outline a strategy for some of the vibe areas in a little bit more detail in anticipation of your future comp plan. I think that is anticipated to roll out maybe next year in their budget cycle. So I think this is an interim stopgap and really to keep the momentum rolling and make sure that the future developments align with your goals. So, and that's exactly what we've been doing the last few weeks with staff and Mr. Sellers. I think Scott's come online to sort of provide additional color if needed.
So you guys have been previously, let me ask staff this, and to include Scott, have we been working on this already without approval from council?
I'm not sure the question. Let me provide a little bit of background. So the city of Kyle's been working with Catalyst Commercial for the last decade, and Jason and his team was brought in to help the city recruit from a retail and commercial standpoint, and then master plan development areas. That's working with the city and working with the developers themselves. And so this contract is basically just bringing back another year of Catalyst Commercial services. And the scope has evolved over the last decade. Originally we were basically just trying to get retail on the ground. And then as the city has grown and matured, it has shifted more toward the master planning side of things. I will say that Jason and his team were very instrumental in helping us bring Costco to Kyle. And so we're very appreciative of all their efforts. And Jason, over the last couple of years, has worked closely with some of our key developers, including Rick Sheldon, Mike Anderson, Terry Mitchell, and others in these key development areas. And so now as we continue to move forward with our developers, the name may say Vibe because that's just what we've been talking about. But in general, Jason has been working with these development areas alongside city staff to help master plan the highest and best use. So no, we didn't retain Jason prematurely or Catalyst Commercial to work on the Vibe. We brought Catalyst Commercial in to help maximize our development area potential.
Okay, thank you. What would be because you made the comment of highest and best use. So what would be the difference between this contract and then just doing a comprehensive plan?
Jason, you want to hit that or me?
Yep. Part of our work is really continue to maintain appropriate data sets, really explore development scenarios, and then bring that information to staff and or council if needed to help underwrite some of the decision making or future decision making of some of the developments as they start to evolve and play out. And as we know, there's a lot of development essentially that's currently occurring or that's on the table, and so we'll help you guys assist with some of those development approvals, underwriting, and then also making sure that we're aligned with the type of tenants that make the most sense for some of these developments. It's very similar to the work that we've been doing in the past.
If I can offer maybe an analogy, the comprehensive plan takes a lot of our large master plans, like the transportation master plan, even the trail master plan, water, wastewater, economic development strategic plan, and it tries to coalesce that into one broad overarching vision for development in Kyle. There's a lot of areas even associated with that, like zoning, conditional use, future land use, et cetera. So it's just a very broad area, but there's not really a plan to take a deeper dive on development specific areas. And that's where Catalyst Commercial comes in. They really target those specific areas that the comprehensive plan wouldn't get into that much detail.
Okay, so if we do a comprehensive, if we do the Catalyst Commercial agreement and then we do a comprehensive plan and they don't match up, then what happens? So if we pay $25,000 to a company that can do target specific areas and then we do a comprehensive plan or begin it, and in a year, we realize that they don't match up, then what do we do from there?
I think their comprehensive plan would also include public engagement. So any outcomes from the comprehensive planning effort would essentially help us calibrate and realign any of our efforts in real time. So I think the comprehensive planning effort would essentially complement and help us refine the work that we're currently doing.
That is exactly right, and that's why we should do the comprehensive plan first.
These development areas, many of them are already well underway. And the comprehensive plan, regardless of, citizen input, is not going to get into the level of detail that a developer is going to or a landowner is going to for their individual projects. And so, the comprehensive plan is going to be a great supplement or, again, the kind of the overarching vision, but then Catalyst Commercial is going to really get in and target each one of those development areas.
Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree. I believe the comprehensive plan should come first, and then that which has the resident input. And then from there, Catalyst can come in and they can decide from that comprehensive plan how we should develop our city. I don't know if it's a good idea to bring in a third party to tell us how they think we should develop our area and then go into a comprehensive plan. I think it's doing it in the wrong order.
Any other questions, comments? I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 17.
Second.
It's been moved by the mayor, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem that we approve the 12-month professional services agreement with Catalyst Commercial. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, Mayor, is that item 17 or 16? On my item, it's 16.
16 was the insurance.
Okay, I guess I brought up an old agenda on me. It says 16 on mine.
Changed on Saturday, so if you downloaded it before that.
So I'll just restate, I'd like to make a motion to approve authorizing execution of a 12-month professional services agreement with Catalyst Commercial.
Well, is it 12-month or $25,000?
For consulting fees not to exceed the amount of $25,000 to provide services related to the activation of key mixed-use areas within the city of Kyle for a period September 1st, 2021 through August 30th, 2000.
Wait, September 12th, that was 3 weeks ago. Can we make it starting?
There's a restated motion on the floor, so I just want to make sure that that's clear with Mayor Pro Tem. That's your understanding of the motion as well?
Yes.
All right. So
second, as stated.
Yeah. So we got the motion on the table. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Can we have the period starting later and not retroactive? So today is September, 21st? So instead of the 1st, which I'm kind of confused, we would just do for the period September 21st through August 30th.
It's a 12-month agreement, so that's the 12-month they've assigned. Is there anything you're trying to get at?
No, I'm just confused as to why we're going to start an agreement, and it was from 3 weeks ago. I'm trying to get the most money for our residents for the $25,000. So if we start it today as opposed to 3 weeks ago, that's going to give us 3 extra weeks or extra time or extra, I don't know. To me, it just doesn't make any sense to go into this agreement that was retroactive. I'm just asking, can we update it to say September 21st as opposed to September 1st?
I'm fine with the way it's presented. So if y'all want to change it by 3 weeks, we can do that. So it's not going to change anything in terms of value as far as I can see. But that's fine if we want to do that. So any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we're going to move now to agenda item number 20. Consideration and possible action on the termination of the non-standard form of agreement between the city and Cadence McShane Construction for the multi-story commercial building. This is connected with agenda item number 21 as well. Scott, do you want to, or I guess it's James has got this on there.
Mayor, Council, for the record, James Earp, Assistant City Manager. So the first thing that we need to do before we can move forward with doing a new design on the building for 104 South Burleson is to terminate the existing contract that is existing with Cadence McShane that we went through the RFQ for design build. So the first action item that you called up is the official notice of terminating that contract. And we did talk in the past that we would be responsible for paying the charges that we've incurred up to this point. And then, of course, nothing else. And then if we get to the point where we decide we want to rebid it for design build or what have you, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments for James or others?
I do have a question about this is going to include the building and the landscaping. We're going to terminate both of those contracts. And are we going to make up for that landscaping contract somewhere else?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, if we're gonna cancel a landscaping contract, are we going to develop another one? Because I didn't see that in 21.
Well, so normally whenever you do a building, the design team has landscape people. At that time, we were trying to make sure that we kept Ann Coleman's firm doing the landscaping for both of the locations because she's the firm that's doing the downtown Mary Kyle Hartson Square. And we wanted the landscaping to all work together and, well, I mean, I guess that's the best way of putting it. We wanted it to work together. So we gave her a separate contract to do the landscaping and we kept the landscaping out of Cadence McShane. So we would just effectively be ending up doing another contract again in the future for whatever the new footprint of the building and everything else is.
Okay, and can you tell me what the charges incurred were?
No, I want to say that the last number I saw, and Scott, maybe you remember this better than me or have it available. I want to say it was around between 140 and 180. Does that sound right?
We'll get the right number. Revez also has it.
Okay. I do know that they said the last numbers that they sent around that there were still a few outstanding items that they needed to pay for.
It was $126,000 through August 24th.
Yeah. So we'll have, I mean, we pretty much stopped work, but there's still invoices that will come in, so.
Now, is that going to be a total loss, or can we take some of that information, or that's?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because that's almost all design. So some of it we've paid for a survey and other things that we can, but that's a very, very small amount.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, motions?
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to make termination on the agreement with Cadence McShane Construction Company for the multi-commercial building and Mary Kyle Hardman Park landscaping.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Rizzo, that we approve the agenda item canceling the contract with Cadence McShane and on the landscaping as well. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Nay. Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, agenda item number 21, approve a proposal from Barnes, Gromatsky, Kozarek Architects, BGK, in an amount not to exceed $603,000 for a 15,000 square foot building for design services for the city's 104 South Burleson capital improvement project. Mr. Sellers.
Mayor Council, I have Todd Kaiser, who is one of the principals with BGK Architects. The council at the last council meeting had approved a couple of items for BGK, namely the downtown master planning item, as well as the creation of design guidelines for the city. Their proposal was actually in multiple parts, and this is the final piece of this, which was as they are taking a look at the downtown looking specifically at city-owned infrastructure like 104 South Burleson, what is the potential for the design for those properties? And so BGK looked at the lot and then proposed something that was quite a bit different from the existing design that we've been working on with Edmondson Flynn, and larger, quite a bit larger, and fills the block more. And so with that as the backdrop here, I'd like to ask Todd Kaiser just to maybe share the thoughts, what went into the proposal and what's being anticipated for the design of 104 South Burleson.
Sure, thank you, Scott. Are you able to see my screen here? So I'll share just a few slides. There's a lot to this, but I'll keep it brief. Really, our focus on this was to tie it into a downtown master plan. And we looked at the potential of the current design by Coleman Associates for Mary Kyle Hartson Park and the site across the street, which is your Burleson building here. In essence, this was really mostly a study just to show how we operate and the potential of some different sites within the city. One, as Scott mentioned, that we highlighted was this, this project at Mary Kyle Hartson Park. And so what you're seeing here in the dark maroon color is in essence the ground floor of the building, which we understand is desired to be food and beverage or some type of restaurant space. And in the back, this park designed by Coleman. And across the street, the development of the new park. And in essence, the concept was to do something really special with this first big project in the downtown as a catalyst, if you will, and to tie into this concept of vibes in the catalyst. Now, this is just a plan view, but how it looks in 3D is like this. This is a sketch, but what's important to note is that it would incorporate the new design standards for the city. So in a way, it's a real opportunity to be a showcase, to show off this new palette, this new way of building more carefully, beautifully, that represents Kyle. And part of that is all under development as well, what that actually means in terms of the materials. But we have some ideas we worked through, we've presented. We plan to develop them further with your group. But we see the opportunity here for the restaurant, as I mentioned, at the lower level, some food and beverage to come out onto the sidewalk to, again, engage the park across the street, to create some sense of a paseo to go through in between the building to the new park on the other side of the project. And again, just in terms of the materials, we're looking at, you know, possibly some, we mentioned a particular stone or masonry product that would be particular to Kyle and be carried through in all of the future projects. Some wood in the underside of the roof, maybe some outdoor spaces. Again, developing an architectural character and really making a bold and strong statement with the first project here on this really special site downtown. And that's sort of what we brought to the table. I should note also that we have met with Cadence McShane previously to talk a little bit about this and just to understand where this was in the process. And James, to your earlier point, we have gathered a lot of that information from them because they did do quite a bit of site due diligence, surveys, things like that. We captured that value as best we could. So it is safe to say that we recaptured some of that. It was not all a loss, to Councilperson Flores-Kale's earlier question. So that's kind of where we are in the process. Again, this is a concept, but with a ton of potential, and that's what we're really excited about. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have questions. But any have any questions or comments for the applicant? So just to be clear, I definitely do not support this. I've stated that as much, but it has nothing to do with the quality of the architecture. I believe that what BGK will propose is something that I'll want to see, but right now we're 100 grand gone. We're about to add 600 more to it on a $7 million project that we don't have funding for. So this has got serious risk associated with it, because I question the ability of us, to develop the political will to fund and capitalize a project like this. Every major capital project that we've brought forward up until this point, we've brought forward along with that capital project the proposed method of funding to the end. It is even our roads projects. You think about that. We're starting engineering on those, but with a plan to take those roads to bond. So we have a way of getting the engineering all the way to the end product. So nobody has brought that up on this site. We had a project that was designed, funded, budgeted, and ready to go. It was not as grand as this one, but it was real. This one, I hope the council, if they vote for this, is preparing to move forward with funding it all the way. That's my admonition. So, because I don't see that yet, or haven't in my own mind figured out how to bridge the gap, I can't support it. But that's just my thoughts. Does anyone have any other thoughts? Councilor Flores-Kill.
Thank you. Scott, can you tell us how this will be funded? If he says
Yes,
no,
Scott.
if he says no, nothing at all, I mean, I find this hard to believe. We've got to have a plan.
Yeah, Pervez and I have discussed, and Pervez, if you mind jumping on and sharing our thoughts.
Certainly. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, for the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. There are a couple of options that we had looked at. We haven't really finalized for a recommendation to council yet. It will be part of the funding cycle through the budget process. But it could be that this project can be funded from general fund 100%, but over a 24 to 36 month period, meaning 2 to 3 years in cash funding the project. The other option could be issuing CEOs for this project, exclusively for this project, anywhere from $5 to $7 million, depending on what the difference is that we're looking for. And the third option could possibly be a combination of both. But like I said, we have not really finalized which option of the three that we would recommend. My preference would be that we not issue CEO, but do it using general fund dollars from property tax and sales tax and other sources of revenue over a period of time, meaning 24 to 36 months, which is a very good possibility that we can achieve it. I don't know if that answers your immediate questions or concerns.
Not my concerns. My questions, it does cover. And I'm with Mayor Mitchell on this, mostly because I feel like we've kind of flipped back and forth. And even with this presentation, as I look at the backup material, I see there are two options, yet we only see one. There's only a rendering of the grander one. And of course, that one is $603 just to develop. And then we also have $5 million as opposed to the smaller version, option one, which was $3 million, which is still, I think at that point, 3 times the amount that we had. I think they originally put the gas line money towards this, so that was like 1-point-some odd million, and somehow it's made its way up to between 3 and 5 million, and that completely makes me nervous, especially if we're going to use a general fund. And so I as of now, without a solid plan, I can't, in good conscience, vote yes for this at least.
Any other comments? Councilmember Bradshaw.
Yeah, I have a few thoughts. Speaking to what you said, Mayor Mitchell, about political will, it really just comes down to the question of, do we want to build this building or don't we? If we do, we are looking at an option like this because in Kyle, we say we have, the golden standard. And so if we're going to do it, we need to do it right. And we are going to have to invest some money into it. I consider this to be something that will provide the city with an ROI. So I think of it as more of an investment or a business investment rather than a liability or a cost when it comes to the financial aspects. But I think us as a council, we just really need to decide whether or not we want to do we want to build this building? If we do, we know we want to do it well. We're not going to settle for subpar work, subpar plans, which is why we just canceled the contract. Nothing against Cadence McShane's work, but the scope has changed and we're looking at bigger and we're looking at better. And so that is exactly what this is. So the question to council isn't whether or not we want this particular building or we want these particular designs. It's, do we want this building or don't we at this point financially?
Councilman Rizzo.
Yeah, I think one of the things we lost sight of is that this is a building to beautify our city, but the other thing is that this will be a money-generating entity. It'll have lease space out. It'll have lease space for restaurants, for office space as well. So we're not just investing into a building and losing money. We're actually going to be bringing money back in and improving, bringing some amenities to downtown Kyle as well. We're investing in the park heavily. We're looking at investing in the entire the city, hoping to help shape some of the city. So I'm hoping that we do have the political will to move forward, but just reminding everyone that this will also generate revenue. So it's not just throwing money at something and not getting nothing in return. It'll take a while to pay itself off, but eventually it will. And we'll have a beautiful building downtown to show for it, all the hard work.
So this is a proposed 15,000 square feet building, is that right? Roughly 15,000? Or is
Yes,
it?
sir.
Yes? So,
Yes.
I think we should probably anticipate $7 to $8 million as far as the price tag. We've got, how much is currently in the budget, Pervez, for the project? You're muted.
You're muted, Perez.
Mayor, we have about 7 million between the two projects in the current budget so far funded, both for the park and the Burleson building.
Okay. Well, I need more context around that to understand where our what's the funding gap between Mary Kyle Hartson and 104 South Burleson? What's the funding gap?
We're gonna have to finalize at least the final numbers on the park project so we know exactly how much remains available for the Burleson project.
And the utility, the utility
but
relocates as well?
Yeah, so this was the initial budget, or not initial budget, but the latest updated budget as of July 21st. We had $3.1 million for the commercial building, mixed-use building and restaurant. 1.8 million for this for the park redevelopment. Design fees, $350,000. Overhead utility relocation, $2.5 million. And a small contingency of $387,000, which made up total estimated project cost of $8.1 million. Of that, we had secured funding, $7 million, mostly from general fund, and about $2.7 million from the Kinder Morgan settlement.
So maybe about a $5 million gap?
We're looking at, if the park project still holds true at 1.8, then we are going to have to figure out how to fund $5 million gap, roughly.
Okay, so he gave us two options. Option number one was through general fund, meaning just, and that's at a $2.5 million per year. That's a substantial amount that we're having to commit now. And then the other option, CO, and the reason the CO is probably nerve-wracking is because we're going right through the process of issuing potentially lots of debt, and so our borrowing capacity is going to be pretty limited. Designing a building does not take 2 fiscal years to do. It's more along the 4 to 6 months range to get it done. So if we don't, we got to come up with a plan for the gap. As far as I can tell, if there's a plan, if we know that we're committed to Councilmember Bradshaw's point of achieving this high quality building, then we're going to need to have some kind of way of financing it. Otherwise, we're going to be very, very short.
Mayor, I think this discussion would probably run quite a while longer. I'd like to bring this back at another meeting with more, with staff direction to help us try to find a funding source.
That's not going to be up to me. So whatever anyone else wants to say, yeah. So the motion is just postponed till.
So we do more homework on the matter.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Cale. Is there discussion on that motion?
I have some discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
This isn't about building this building. This is just a concept. This is about setting standards for how we move forward downtown and not just going with knee-jerk reactions on what to put where. And that's basically what happened in the process of the other building. And that was funded at a certain amount. Then a building was chosen and found out that the funding that was in place for it couldn't support the cost of construction. So there was already a gap there that had to be dealt with and a solution found. And then in the process of going through all of that, learning from other cities who do their development in a way that is a gold standard, what we were trying to achieve, we went down the road of trying to find an architecture firm that was going to help us with our design standards for downtown and really utilize the max potential of opportunities that we have. So what I don't want anybody to see is look at this concept and go, this is what we're looking to build, because it's not. That is not what the building will look like when it's all said and done. That's not going to be the process. That was BGK giving us eye openers on what we might be missing out on to maximize potential. So while I do understand the mayor's objection about funding gaps, we deal with funding gaps all the time. And the current project that was in place that we just killed the contract for had a huge funding gap. And in that process, we divided up the cost of that building and the park to keep the park side moving. So, if the council wants to vote this down, I mean, by all means, do whatever you need to do, but it's not this building that you're voting down, it's design standards that you're voting down. It's the opportunity to really dig in to what we need to look at through professionals' eyes to get the best outcome. And it doesn't have to be a $7 million building. It can be a $5 million building. It can be a $4 million building. I believe that with BGK, we will end up with a better building than what we originally knee-jerk reaction picked to try to put in that spot at the exact same price. So really, it's about doing it the best way possible and using their expertise to get there, and then we can do that moving forward. I gladly voted to eliminate that contract because I knew the way we approached it was a novice approach. And we're learning as we go here too on that. But this is the step for that. This isn't, our model. This is a Carmel model. So that's really where it stands. And so we can talk about funding gaps, and we can use that excuses to not do something the right way, but this is a path towards the right way. And so that's why I support this.
Anyone else?
Just real quick, I kind of disagree on that because again, it all has to come down to how we're going to pay for this. That's the bottom line on this, is how are we going to be able to pay for this building? I understand the golden standard. I understand everybody's willingness to move forward on this, but again, we do this, it's going to require more debt on our end, and it makes us very nervous. I think all of us on how we're going to pay for this at the bottom line. There's other things that I can go on and say other things that our city needs, but that's not the subject and that's not the point I'm making. But you're right. When I first voted on this, when I first got on council, I was seeing a vision of a downtown. But reality comes to me to where it's like if we incur this debt, we still don't have that plan in place of how we're going to pay for it in full. So that would just be my big concern on that.
Mayor Mitchell.
Councilor Rizzo.
So I haven't given up on this, and that's what worried me when I brought my motion forward, is that I felt some of the council members had given up on this. I'm not giving up on beautifying our historic downtown. There's a lot of things I'd like to see in this area. I don't want to see it boarded up one day. I want to see it vibrant and families playing in the park, shopping. It's one of the visions I've always had for our historic part of downtown. I see a lot of historic downtowns that are boarded up, and that's not going to be our downtown, not why I sit in the seat. I love the point that Mayor Pro Tem brought forward, is that we don't have to settle on a $6 million building. We could go down in price if we needed to, but we wouldn't give up design. Design's probably what's key to us. So if it's the high price tag, let's look at a different, let's say a high design, but smaller footprint is something we could do as well. Whatever we want to do as a council, but I don't want to give up on our historic downtown. Definitely don't. So I just don't feel that council has the same resolve as I do. Some of us do, some of us don't. I just think that the downtown's important, and we need to design it a standard that's quality, and it's going to bring families and more visitors to the downtown.
What else besides a design of a building at 104 South Burleson is included in the overall scope of this contract? BGK, if you could jump in here, because I don't want to see this stuck on design of the building for that space.
So in this particular proposal, this contract is separate from the design standards and master plan. This one that we're looking at today is really a turnkey solution for this site. So it would include all of the design fees, all of the consultants, specialty consultants for this particular site. Any improvements right around this, what we're looking at here. And again, this was just a sketch concept. So not this building in particular, but some building on this site with these types of qualities. And that fee for the design, as I mentioned, was for all of the consultant teams included within that.
Mayor, I think we can move forward on this. We can go up or down on this now. I don't think we need to waste more time.
Okay.
I'll rescind my motion. Since I have a motion, I'll rescind it.
To postpone?
Yeah, to postpone.
You're rescinding your motion to postpone?
Yeah, because I think it was to move forward.
Okay.
To vote? See, I think some of the issue is miscommunication, because I don't think anybody wants a crappy building over there. We all want a high-profile building. We want it to be nice, and we want it to be the gold standard. What some of us want is a way to pay for that, or at least an explanation on how we're going to pay for that. I'm okay with this building so long as we have the funding for it. What I don't want to have to explain to people is how we have a $5 million building and then crap roads all up down High Street or High Road. So I'm not anti this building. Take this back to staff, figure out a way, and then bring it back. Other than that, I'm okay with it. I'd like to see the downtown fixed up as much as any other council member.
Well, the question is, are we willing to save $5 million more in order to bring something like this to bear, to achieve that standard? Because we're either going to have to save it or we're going to have to issue a CO. There's really not,
Well, in the renderings or in the backup information, it has two different prices, and one is $3 million. So what does $3 million look like over there? And like he said, this is just a drawing. It might not even be what we have, but if you're going to sell us on it, I need to know exactly what I'm going to vote on. So if we could get something a better idea of what $3 million would get us, maybe that's something doable. It's not 5, but it's 3, and it's a gold standard 3. I just feel like this is not put together enough for me to make a good solid vote. That is why I'm in favor of postponing. Scott, do you feel like you could kind of rearrange things and make things a little bit more concrete and then bring it back within the next, 2 to 4 weeks and present us something that I think we all want to work downtown. So I don't want to discourage that. So if you could bring us something that we know exactly what we're going to vote on and how much it's going to be and where the funding is going to come from, I would like to postpone.
I don't know if you guys can see me, but
Go ahead.
We can't ask them to design a building for us and then bring it back.
Correct. Not necessarily design, but give us a plan. A city, like a budget plan.
Yeah, the plans for funding,
I think she's asking staff for a funding plan, is what she's asking for.
Pervez, you think you could bring back something a little more concrete and maybe we could adopt as a part of this design?
Yes, sir, I sure can, but I won't be back in the office till October 4th. I'm supposed to be sipping Mai Tai under a coconut or palm tree somewhere. If we can come back to the second meeting in October, if I could have that much time, I can certainly present at least 3 or 4 options for funding.
Motion to bring this item back, the second meeting in October.
Second. But can we also get some kind of, like, you showed us this is not plans, this is just an idea. Can we see what a $3 million building may look like?
Sure, I can just put my hand over half of this image.
There you go. You know what? That's an answer. Well, then that should be half the price then, because it's $3 million and $5 million, and if you're going to give us half of it, then it has to be $2.5 million.
We've got a motion and a second, Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Councilman Flores Kale to postpone this item until the second meeting in October. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 5-2. Scott said he just lost his connection, so. All right, now I'm going to go back through the items as best as I can. Next up, agenda item number 15, approve a contract with Uber Technologies to provide public transit services within the city of Kyle city limits and other areas as specified in the agreement. Mr. Hendrix.
Mayor and Council, Jerry Hendrix, Assistant City Manager. For the record, this is a contract to bring, or to continue our Uber services into the next fiscal year. This contract also adds an expanded service area, brings the number of trips from 8 to 10 for the regular Kyle Uber 314 rides. Also adds one trip to the airport that will be subsidized. The rider will pay 31.4% of that ride and we'll pick up the rest. Also adds trips to the VA clinic in Austin for our veterans. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions for Jerry?
Mayor, motion to approve item 15.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0. All right, have we done the TF Harper number 18 yet?
No, sir.
All right, next up, agenda item number 18, approve a proposal by TF Harper and Associates in an amount of $112,361.86 for additional site improvements to Mary Hartson Park.
Mayor, Council, for the record, James Earp, Assistant City Manager. As I alluded, this is a different item than the electrical item before. So in our conversations with TF Harper early on and in our desire to have the gold standard, one of the things that we were concerned about was putting all the money that we were looking at investing into the park and then having some of the legacy items that are there not look as nice and brilliant as the new things that we're installing. So I asked them if you could do anything in this park that would make it look better, what would it be? And then they pulled together this list of items. So this is non-budgeted. These are not required items. Some of them, I think, as we go through and you've read about them, or if you haven't and I talk about them, are probably more important than others. But certainly this is mostly about spending money on improving the fountain, improving the gazebo and the bell tower, and then power washing everything and making everything nice and clean at the very end of the project to make the project just, really pop. So
$43,000 to re-roof the gazebo.
Yeah, that's the gazebo and the bell tower with the metal roof that matches the existing Krug building. And that price.
Is that a joke?
No, that's the quote. So the metal roofing stuff, the prices have gone up considerably. So, but these are the items I wanted council to see, and I just needed to know what things you're interested in pursuing. You certainly don't have to take action tonight. If you want to get additional quotes on certain things, we can certainly do that. But these are the items that they pulled together at the list, and then their prices that they're proposing. So,
any questions, comments?
I guess my comment is on the roof. It's just seems like a really high price. Even with the prices have gone up, it just seems really, really pricey. It's not. We're not using copper. We're using metal. It's seamless metal, but man, it just seems like a really high price.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and frankly, I think what they told me is that it doubled from the time when they originally did this to the time that they had everything pulled together. Their roof contractor that they got the original bid from came back and said material prices are up so high, it's going to be double. So I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it went down. So it was originally like
$15,000 to power wash the windows.
These are the quotes.
These are absurd prices, James.
Okay. Well, again, I didn't prepare these.
I'm sorry. I just opened it up and I saw that. I'm having a bit of an emotional reaction right now. I'm trying to keep it
You're
calm.
good, James. You're good.
It's not your fault.
Yeah. Well, no, in all fairness, but at the same time, these are the prices that they quoted. Now, I believe whenever you look at it, it's actually power washing everything, not just the windows, but all the same, yes. So you have the deep cleaning item for the fountain, and then you have the sealant for the fountain, and then the auto fill water leveler and the wind control and those things for the fountain. So again, none of these are required to be done.
Yeah, the other prices look pretty good. I think the metal's the one that's really got me shocked. I know the pressure washing is that going to be the building?
Yeah, it's got it. You're right. It's got more stuff in it.
Yeah. So there should be a second attachment that you got that has a description of everything that's included. So if I go to the washing, it's after all, this is what it says, I'm just reading it directly. After all the park work has been completed, this proposal would be to wash down the building and sidewalks, bring the historical building and, being that it's historical building and sidewalks, the PSI of the water is regulated to not exceed 300 PSI. So it's a lot of labor is what it is. This does not include washing the roof. The sidewalks around the park are included to remove the dirt from post-construction.
And the reason the PSI level is so low is that's the standard that the
Pitting.
Historical Society keeps the contractors to make sure they don't destroy or mess up any of the historical markers. So it's why it's a tedious job.
It's some of the pitting. And I don't know if y'all have been able to step out there. I know you like to do site visits, but have you seen what the historic sidewalk looks with the ribbon added to it?
I've seen, just from the street. I haven't actually got
It
in there.
actually turned out a lot nicer than I thought.
Well, we had a council member who said it was going to turn out good, so I trusted him.
Yeah. So it turned out a lot nicer than I thought.
I was nervous, but I've heard that.
But it's
will look good.
certainly noticeable, because it's not clean. It's not, Yeah.
Well, I'll vote yes on this, just so y'all know. I think some of these processes are crazy, but I want to see this park sparkle when it's done. Councilor Flores Scale.
Thank you. First of all, I thought it was really nice of TF Harper to give us this, because this is like information where we can take it and say, okay, well, we want staff to do this, or we want, so this is just letting us know what, a gold standard looks like. I would like for you to go get some quotes with the really high priced items. Because maybe they're the cheapest, I don't know, and then maybe we'll decide after looking at all three that we don't actually want to do it. So if you could just kind of go down the list and get some quotes from other places, that'll give us something to compare it to, and then at that point we can decide, do we really want to spend $42,000 for the metal roof? And maybe we do. I don't know.
Is that the only item that y'all want me to go get competitive bids on?
I like all of them.
For me, that's the only one, because the pressure washing, I know the labor that's going to be involved with that because of the low PSI. So I think actually that's a pretty good price. Everything else I'm looking at looks pretty good. I guess the bell tower and the Krug building are the only two that got me a little stumped, because it just seems high on those two.
On the roofing.
On the roofing on those two.
Because the repainting is also in there, and that's like 20 grand. And that's repainting the interior, and then of course all the exterior stuff too.
So the repainting is part of the roof price?
No, that's the second
That's
item
separate,
below it.
right? That's separate.
Correct. Repaint the white portions of the gazebo and the
Yeah.
bell tower.
So I would say from the 15,000 to the 19,000, and then the 14,000 one. Anything that's, I guess, over 10, I would see if you could get at least a quote.
Well, so I have to point out our purchasing policies, right? So 15,000 is the discretion of the city manager
Okay.
that we can do, I think, without actually going to competitive bid. And then I think anything 15 to 50 requires additional bidding type stuff.
If
and
we
then
put it all
50 and
together-
above is like sealed competitive bid. So
Can we put them all together and see? I don't know. I'm just trying to do it the cheapest way possible.
I mean, I can obviously call a roofing
looks
guy
nice.
and say, hey, what would it cost to re-roof this with the
Okay.
metal roof that matches? I think I can do that. That's just would be an unofficial quote. But if we actually decide we want to do it and it's over the certain thresholds, then there are procedures we have to follow that we don't necessarily have to do with TF Harper because they're covered underneath the state by board.
Okay.
Would TF
You know,
Harper have the
you-
ability? Sorry, go ahead.
I'll go. My last thing is, I think we're going to have to accept this, and the reason why is that TF Harper has already worked with the Historical Commission, gotten the approvals. I'm thinking if we bid this out, we're going to have to start that process over, and I'd hate to even go down that road right now. So I'm thinking that.
I don't know that the gazebo or the bell tower proper are listed on the historic register. I don't think. The bell certainly is, and the Krug Center certainly is, and the sidewalk certainly are.
So I'll tell you that I did get feedback from the tower, and we've got to be very careful. And
Okay.
TF Harper has already got the approval, so I definitely want to keep the tower in there for that. The gazebo, I don't know if it's got the historical. That's probably the only one I would probably take out to bid to try to get something better, but I don't want to downgrade the quality of work either. I want the gold standard, as we always preach, but I think the bell tower, we need to just go ahead and do it because They've already got the approval from the Historical Society. They've been working with them. They know what they're looking for, so definitely want to continue down that path. And I think the pressure washing as well. I think everything else they have to do because of the relationship they have with and the understanding with the Historical Commission. So definitely.
Mayor, maybe I should also ask, is there anything on this list that's missing that we should have thought to add that didn't get added?
No, I mean, maybe, but I don't know.
Okay.
I'm kind of with Councilman Rizzo. I almost just want to say yes, that we can't just keep postponing every single item that, we just got to vote it, got to vote on it because, you know, I was thinking to myself, well, maybe we could save a little money by going to, you know, composition shingles or something like that, like it currently is, but at the same time.
That'd be a lot of time and effort for city staff.
Because they'll finish this in November, is that correct? So
No,
really,
No, they're not going to have this all finished by November. This
so
is
when are they
add-on
going to
stuff.
finish up? Because this is at the very end, right?
This effectively will be probably woven in. So it's not going to be like they're going to finish everything and then go do all this stuff. Some of these items can't be done until the very end because they're cleanup items. So they'll effectively be added to the schedule. So, you know.
Yeah, and the other things what I was trying to talk about with you was like, what are the processes in place for maintenance? Like power washing, the sidewalks, it's not a $15,000 deal. It's a half day for one employee with the truck like they're doing on Gregg Drive right now. You know, like we're not spending $15,000 to power wash off the paint, you know, the old paint on Gregg Drive. We've got a guy out there who's able to get it done. We're not spending anything other than resources that we already have available to us. So I'm talking about like maintenance to get it to a standard and then to keep it there, not to tack on $112,000 to the project. I can see it on the roof because the roof needs it. The paint, I guess painting the gazebo is $15,000. I don't understand that. I mean, none of these prices even compute with me, frankly. But so I don't know.
I guess my concern is keeping the project moving forward, having all the roof lines match up.
It'd be nice.
I'm worried that if we don't go with TF Harper, that we'll have to go down the process of having to reapply with the Historical Commission because now we're using a different company. That's my concern, I guess, and I won't see it move forward. So as much as it pains me to say this, I think we need just to move forward. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the item as brought forward.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Rizzo, seconded by Councilman Tobias. Any discussion on the motion?
Not really crazy about the prices, but this is about finishing the project and not having to start the process over.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Motion carries 4-3. We did 19. No, we have not. Next up, agenda item number 19, discussion regarding proposed code changes to section 11-176, 177, 41-136, 53-143. Provide direction to staff to pursue code amendments. Mr. Atkinson.
Will Atkinson, City Planner for the record. I'm asking for direction from y'all on these code amendments, as stated. These are some items that we believe are important to be considered and that'll kind of smooth development processes as they move forward. On the backup material, there might be a section for parking ratios, and I'm asking you not to consider that tonight because that needs to be more fleshed out. But all the other ones, yes. So let me start with section 41-136, lots. This creates a subsection G for utility lots. Our current zoning code does not give discretion to staff to allow substandard sized lots for purposes explained in there, like for pocket parks, easements, mailbox lots, whatever you want to call it, things that are appropriate in subdivisions, but we just can't do it. And so they have to be a 6,000 square foot lot to put a mailbox on it, or what have you. So this allows that, and we can work with the developer and say, hey, okay, you got a gas line easement coming through here. Yeah, you can do that now. You can make that a lot, so we're not touching it. It also helps with looping utility lines through cul-de-sacs that Public Works likes. So this works out good. Don't have a lot to say about it. We just want to see what you think, and if we can bring it back as an actual amendment.
Thank you. Any questions, comments?
Or is this about the whole thing, or are you just talking about lots now?
Just the utility lot one.
Okay.
Okay, I'll move on to the next one. Next one is townhomes. This one's a little bit more fun given the history of garages in Kyle over the last few years. But essentially, the idea behind it is as you intensify density and get smaller and smaller lots, it gets harder and harder to put a 480 square foot garage on a project, just from a practical standpoint. So this, if y'all are okay with it, we have removed the requirement for garages, but they are allowed to do it. But we also put in a little bit more restrictive wording in there for where they can put the garage and trying to focus it on rear loaded at the same time. If that's not something you're interested in, that's fine. We can amend it, or you can say no to the entire townhome thing. But we do have two big projects coming forward with townhomes, and they are having a bit of heartburn trying to make their projects work with the 480 square foot garages.
And this is just on townhomes, correct?
Yes, just for townhomes. So for the larger, like 80-foot lots, the 65-foot single-family detached lots, the 50-footers, even the R1A ones, we're not touching those. This is just for townhomes.
If it's just for the townhomes, I'm good with it.
Any questions? Nope. Okay. All right, so that's those two. And then we have the food truck lot, the food truck complete amendment. So we were asked to take a look at this and figure out how we can make food trucks more palatable in Kyle. I don't have any direction at all, but I went through it under the temporary food vendor section and the food truck areas, the development lots you can build an actual food truck park on, to see how our code makes it difficult for incubators to move from food trucks up to restaurants, and change it to make it more amenable to get more people to want to develop and start out at a smaller scale. Any thoughts on this? Yes, sir.
I've got several thoughts on this one. First of all, it looked like they had to reapply for a permit every 3 months, which I think is asking a lot from them. I think I'd be more amenable to about 3 months, every 6 months or a year. The other thing I'd like to see is, I know in our zone, we talk about them having to have restroom access, but if I can understand if it was a sit down area, yeah, I would see that, but if it's to go, I really don't think we need to be there. I don't know, it's just my thought, and I'd like to hear the rest of the council members' thoughts on it, but I think making that a requirement for a to-go food truck, I don't know, it just seems like asking for a lot, because now you're restricting food trucks, because they're gonna have to make a partnership with a business or something. How many businesses want a food truck near them, you know? So, I don't know, I guess that's where I'm having a little bit of an issue.
What if the food truck doesn't have a bathroom? That's not just for the customer, it's also for
It's to go.
right, but somebody has to work there, and if they don't have access to a restroom, what do they do? It's not, my point is, it's not just for the customers, it's also for the food truck worker.
Yeah, so my thing is that more than one food truck worker, and they rotate and they go down the street or something. But you know, I know it's just tough because now you're putting a burden on a food truck. I mean, is it really equitable for you to have to rent out space for a bathroom, and you're trying to justify the cost of the food truck, because food trucks are not cheap. I'll tell you right now, those things are very expensive, and got to maintain water, everything else. So they've got their sinks, everything else. They just don't have the bathrooms. I guess you could do a porta potty, but I don't know if we want porta potties all through the city of Kyle. That's the last thing I want to see, So I don't know. I'd love to see what we could find a happy medium there somewhere.
Will, do you know what they do in Austin?
I don't, to be honest.
That might be a good.
So in Austin, I know there's a big food truck lot, and they use porta potties. That's right off of Congress during all their nice development they're doing. So that's what they're doing. They're doing porta potties, and that's you've got beautiful development coming up, and you got these food trucks in the center with porta potties. So that's what they're doing in Austin.
So from a
In some cases they are, but the picnic on Barton Springs is a food trailer park that's very popular. Right there by Zoker, there's a structure for bathrooms right there at that food trailer park. And I think there are also porta potties, but there's those bathrooms there as well. So I think there's a number of different things going on, depending on the site.
Okay. Whenever we're looking at it from someone wants to build a food truck court, there is an expectation, and we didn't change it in the code, where they have to build a permanent restroom facility. I'm sorry?
And it'll have to be ADA compliant.
Yes. We'll do some more thinking and some research on the temporary restroom.
Yeah, because I can't see a food truck having that kind of resource to build bathrooms like that. That's an expense. I mean, you're putting up a building now. Just go ahead and rent a building.
Councilmember Rizzo, if I might, that's for like what he's talking about is whenever there are multiple food trucks in a court where maybe you have 4 or 5 food trucks, and then they share one common built restroom on site. Not one truck having to build a restroom for themselves. And that is part of the reason that whenever we originally wrote this code, we wrote it to be restrictive. There was all the things that y'all are obviously pointing out that need to be changed. But one of the things that we did do that goes to your point was to allow the food trucks to cohabitate, if you will, with another business that was zoned RS or CBD, something like that, and then have an agreement for their people to be able to use the restrooms of the existing business. And that was one of the ways that we did it on a one truck basis. But if there's a business that is drawing people to it and it's stationary, there are certain health code compliant things that kind of start to muck up how flexible we can end up being. So that's why you see the porta potties probably in Austin. I've seen the trailers that are like the nice air conditioned restrooms that have been brought into some of the locations. And then I've seen the stick built or cinder block built restrooms that are ADA compliant.
And those are usually city-led projects, so the city or the district in that area will, build that to encourage the food trucks to come to the area. So that's something a little different than making the food truck do it. So that's actually an area that's built as a city, and if that's something we want to do as a city, I'm all for it. If that's going to bring us more options, because that's what I'm looking for, is more options for our residents, more places for them to eat and try different things. I mean, I love the food trucks in South Austin. I'm eating different kinds of foods from South America. It's great. Didn't know that bananas could be served in different pallets like they are. It's kind of crazy the way they cook them and the way they use them with different foods. And I'm enjoying that experience. It's something different because you get tired of that same old. So I really want us to look at this and see what we can do to help this. And if it's trying to put a district up where we as a city encourage it, maybe even building a bathroom or something, might be something we can look into.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I do have kind of a concern under E when they discuss vendor density. I don't think we need a number per se, but I think the practical limitations of the site layout, that is really vague. I think that may cause some issues, and I would like it to be a little more defined.
I hear you. Yeah, that was an area where I was like, well, is it okay to do this or that? I don't know. Because whenever I'm thinking of practical limitations, I have it in the parentheses there. Maybe your drive aisle has to be 25 feet wide for fire code. Right now it's a minimum of 4 parking spaces per food truck in a food court. You're gonna have landscaping, especially when it's adjacent to single family uses. They're gonna have to build a detention pond of some sort, or some sort of detention feature if they're adding impervious cover. So it may start whittling down where they can put it just from a practical standpoint, and also from their, how they slot the trucks in, just
Right.
from being able to pull them in there. So, yeah, I don't know the answer. And it may be that 12 units per acre is fine. I don't know.
Maybe we could
just-
do like no more than 12 or like no more than 10. That gives you the flexibility to go under, but it also allows you a max, a number. I think 12 is a lot. I don't think I've ever been anywhere where there's 12, not even in Austin, 12 different vendors. I think the most I've seen is like 5. So I think you're right to take out the 12. I just don't know I think maybe a solid, number or something a little more definite would be easier for the vendors and for the residents to understand.
Okay. Any other
Good.
questions that y'all have, or direction, or?
Are we wanting to take a vote on this one?
I think it'd be a good idea for you to go back and I think we just discussed 2 things that maybe to revise and then bring back.
Okay.
Are we in any rush to do this? Is there something waiting?
Probably the townhome one's probably the most important one, just because there's been 2 recent zonings on it. So if there's nothing really wrong with, or anything that concerns you with it that we need to change, then we can go ahead and notice it in the newspaper, and also the subdivision one as well, the utility lots.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the items excluding the upgrades on the food trucks and instructing staff to bring that back for a later date for a vote.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there any discussion on the motion?
So we're just voting to approve the utility lots and townhome updates?
Correct.
Right, and we gotta notice them as appropriately and what have you, and take it through the process.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Yes, we are on
The final 3?
1.
Or did we miss one?
We're on 22.
22. All right. What's that?
If we're going in numerical order, then it's 22.
All right, next up, agenda item number 22, resolution of the City of College, Texas, accepting the petition for annexation of 2.548 acres of land, more or less, located at 4750 Daisy Lane. This one is request for postponement, or actually withdrawal, I believe. No,
No, that's the Caraway.
right. Is that not this one?
No, this one's.
That's the next one, 23, right?
Correct.
23 is to be postponed, 22 is okay. All right. Mr. Atkinson.
All right, so this is the first step in beginning the annexation process of a approximately 2.5 acre strip annexation within the Shadow Creek Municipal Utility District. State law requires that all city boundaries are contiguous, and so we're working with developers to eventually be able to annex some property north of Shadow Creek. And to be able to do that, we have to do this. And so the city and the legal team has been working with the MUD to accomplish that goal.
Questions, comments, motions?
Mayor, motion to approve agenda item, what number was that? I've got it.
22.
22, please.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 23, resolution of the City of College, Texas, accepting the petition for annexation of 37.99 acres, more or less. This is the Caraways, and they did ask to postpone since we taken them back to start.
That is correct.
All right. Do we need a postponement for a date certain, or are they actually wanting to just withdraw?
Paige, do you have a little bit more details on that by chance? for the date certain?
We should not, we should not withdraw. We need some time to work out some agreements with them. I do not know how long that will take. So if we can postpone until the agreements are ready for approval, that would be the recommendation.
Make a motion to postpone agenda item number 23 until agreements are ready to be brought back by staff.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilor Tobias. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yeah, is there a reason why we don't just, well, I was just gonna keep bringing it back until they're ready? I mean, I don't think that's,
We told them no,
okay, so.
if you'll remember, on their development. So they don't want to be annexed now that we've told them they can't do.
So
their
why are we
development.
gonna keep this on here? No, they did not ask. We could tell them no, we could vote and say no, and then be done with it, and then come back and try it all over again. I just don't understand with an agenda with 27 items, and last week was 40, like, why do we keep stuff on here that is not going anywhere?
Well, you've made a recommendation to postpone 4 out of the last 5 items.
Correct, but with an end date, hopefully.
Well, this one has an end date. It's just not subject to a date certain. It allows for staff to bring it back at a time when an agreement
Right,
is ready to
but
be
the
brought
whole,
forward.
is the holdup ours or is it theirs? So if the holdup is ours, I can understand postponing. If the holdup is on their behalf because they haven't figured out what they wanted in the agreements, then why can't they just figure that out and then bring it?
I think they're trying to figure out what the city wants. So they have, it's fine. There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay?
Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up is going to be agenda item number 25, discussion and possible action on implementing process to create Human Services Board Commission to review, advise, and create an equitable and fair process for allocating grant funding to nonprofits, organizations serving in the Kyle area. Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. So, essentially find myself having deja vu and in the same place I was a couple of weeks ago. This item and the next 2 items are not going to be short discussions. We still have 4 executive session items to go and use a lot of mental power to. I don't want to present this item at midnight and have this discussion. This is something I would like to have earlier in the meeting. We spent an hour on one agenda item earlier alone, and so I'm going to make a motion to postpone until the first October agenda meeting, agenda items 25, 26, and 27. Or I'll just do mine. Agenda item 25.
Moved by Councilor Ellison, seconded by Councilor Flores-Cale that we postpone agenda item number 25 until the first meeting in October. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yeah.
Yes.
If we're going to postpone this, I would like to have this as one of the first
Please, that's all I'm
action
asking.
item on the consideration of possible action. I want this to be the very first one if possible.
I'll wait too. I'm okay waiting, as long as it gets to it. That is something I requested regarding the last 3. So if we can agree that the last 3 will be the first 3 on the next agenda, I'm okay waiting.
Of considering possible action.
So to consider possible action for this one, for 25.
25, 26, 27.
The motion was for 25.
I amend my motion.
I just worry. May I go?
Councilor
Okay.
Bradshaw.
I just worry that we would find ourselves in a similar situation to what we found ourselves in this evening, where we have people waiting to present. We know that these are going to be long conversations, and we know that they are not going to be quick, and definitely to be respectful of the times of the presenters and the people who are there. I would just worry that we would find ourselves in the exact same situation that we do with every single meeting, where we have people who need to speak and who go first, and then we always save the longer discussion items towards the end of the agenda. So my personal opinion, I would rather just speak on everything now. Maybe we split it up if there's something that is more, takes priority over if item 25 takes priority over item 26 or 27, but split it up that way and maybe not load it all on one agenda. I'm open, but I really just would worry about pushing it back and trying to squeeze it in first on any agenda for any meeting.
Well, I will say that I understand that, and I respectfully disagree, because these agenda items matter to people as well. And I get presenters have, the development community and stuff like that, and we've got to work with them and all these different things like this, but these things matter to our residents. And so we've been postponing these items. They've been put at the end, conversations after midnight, and making these decisions. I have no interest in that. I want to have these discussions up front where we are all focused and here and having a cognitive conversation about these things, because they are going to be lengthy conversations for a reason, because they are important conversations. And I'm tired of having these important conversations after midnight, late, 1 o'clock in the morning. We still have 4 executive session items to go. So I hear what you're saying, but these things are important as well. And the developer presentations, we've put them before everything else before. We constantly put them before everything else. And I'm tired of putting the development community and all those different things ahead of things that our residents care about in our residential community and their interests as well. And I agree. I would love to have these, as Councilmember Tobias said, these 3 items off the gate, considering possible action. And heck, there's a whole bunch of different things that have to be discussed and agenda items that need to be placed on there. Maybe we need to be a little bit more strategic about that. We know once we get over 25 agenda items, it's going to go late. And I just want to have a sincere, honest conversation at the top of the meeting about these things, rather than late into the hour where we're all tired. Staff has been here for 14, 15 hours probably. Many of us have had long days at work too in coming here. The public deserves that time and that attention as well.
Yeah, maybe when they make the
Are we
agenda,
open to
they could take
splitting
it.
them up?
No, maybe I'm okay waiting. I don't know if Travis wants to talk about, Mayor Mitchell, sorry, wants to talk about his agenda item, but I'm with Dex on this. I feel like it all deserves an equal amount of cognitive thinking and discussion. And again, maybe when we create this agenda, or the next agenda is created between Scott and our mayor, that they can take this into consideration. When I say this, I mean the length of these 3 when they create the other agenda. And so we don't run 27 deep, 28 actually. There's things that we can do if we really want to have these discussions. If we don't, then we're just going to keep postponing, or we're going to have them at midnight, which to me does not show true effort in trying to confront these issues.
There's a motion and a second to postpone agenda item number 25 until the next regularly scheduled council meeting. Is there discussion on that motion?
I amended my motion to include agenda items 26 and 27 with the caveat that they are at the beginning of considering possible action of the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Second.
Councilmember Ellison, I believe you mean 25 and 26 to be postponed.
Do you want to have your agenda item conversation here tonight?
Me?
Yes.
Well, I think the first item that you've brought up is relevant to be had at the front. We've tried to have it more at the beginning. The reason I didn't put it above some of the other items is because I felt like there was more time, because what's being proposed is something that's not even budgeted. So eventually we're trying to get to that item. It definitely was one that I would have liked for us to have discussed ahead of time. The last 2 items are, I don't think we should put ahead of other business of the city, personally, but.
I think they're all extremely important, and I agree that 25 and 27 could be related.
You're not doing staff any favors by saying we're going to do this one first and hash this out for a couple hours and discuss emails and various other things. and then put all these other items. All you're doing is you're taking the audience and telling them they have to all sit and wait while we discuss internal issues, and then put those items to the back. So it's just never been the way I've approached setting the agenda. Again, I'm separating your item from the last two items, which I believe maybe, don't do best. I think would probably be a little bit tempted to get, grandstandy with a big audience, trying to make points and score, in that way. So I've just never been someone who wanted to put controversial items at the front when they're council sponsored and they're council pointed. So I just don't agree with that.
I also I feel that your agenda item is just as important, Mayor, and that's my whole reasoning. Is because all three of these are important, including yours, and I would love to have that discussion about your agenda item. And so, again, this will be the second time going around on this, and for the record, I did make the recommendation to come to the last meeting the following day, but it didn't happen, and I apologize for that, because I was one of the persons that would say, hey, we need to have these extra meetings, and I failed to that. And I apologize to the residents and the diocese for not arriving the following day. And I take that ownership and that accountability. But when it comes to this right here, I feel that all three, including yours, Mayor Mitchell, is very important. So the more that we can tackle these and get these discussions done, I think we can finally put this to rest and we can move on with business.
All right, the motion is to bring postpone items 25, 26, and 27 until the next item.
To the next regularly scheduled meeting with the.
I'm trying to restate it, and to have those three items brought forward at the top off of considering possible action. Is there any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Motion
Nay.
carries 4-3. All right, I think we're done. Next up, executive session.
Pursuant to Chapter 551 Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive session from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics: pending or contemplated litigation, or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551.071, West FM 150 CCN, homestead exemptions and other tax rate freezes and exemptions, Nance Bradshaw development agreement, and possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to Section 551.072, transportation master plan property acquisition.
Take an executive session. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a second. We are adjourned.